And it works. I hope, I desperately hope that this works. Hello, hello, hello. It has been a doozy of a day. Oh my goodness, it has been a doozy. What is my hair doing? I'm not entirely sure. Decompress. I need to take some calming breaths today. It has been a doozy. Hello everyone, I'll let some people come in and join before we fully get started. Can everyone hear me okay? Can everyone see me okay? I'm hoping that we all can. I'm using the exact same setup as I normally do, so I'm hoping that everything functions like normal. Fingers crossed. Oh, thank you so much, Valerie. Honestly, Valerie, thank you so much. You're so lovely in every single stream. Yes, yes, yes. Fantastic. So while everyone feeds in, I'm going to sit down and have a bit of a chat about how terrible my day was. Because you're here and I get to talk to you about random shit. My washing machine broke, so I spent my entire day attempting to empty out the water from a washing machine, which is messy. If you've done it, it's messy. Water goes everywhere. My entire kitchen is kind of slightly squishy now. Because like this just water went everywhere and like towels everywhere. Oh, trying to empty a full washing machine, it's a nightmare. I woke up with a cluster headache. If anyone's had a cluster headache, I feel for you. They hurt so much. And if you haven't had a cluster headache, be grateful that you've never had one. They suck. So my hair is slightly wet. I'm a little bit frazzled. I had a shower like an hour before we got here, and trying to dry this much hair in an hour is basically impossible. So, fantastic. We are now here. I actually am really surprised I made it. I wasn't expecting I would make it. I thought that I'd have to say, like, I'm sorry, I can't do it because today has been absolutely bananas. Where did you get your t-shirt from? This is, it says the baddest witch in town. I'm not going to lift it up any further, otherwise I will probably flash you, is from Restyle. It's a Polish brand, and they have loads of cool shirts. Get a hose and drain it away. We tried that, it didn't work. It wasn't the fact that there's water in the drum, it's the fact that there was water between the two drums, and it just went everywhere. So, fizzy energy. Now that is a nice way of calling it, fizzy energy. Oh, I forgot to turn this on, hang on. I was meant to do this before. See, now lights. Oh, fizzy energy though. That is a nice way of describing absolutely frantic. I might use that from now on. Frizzy energy. I like that. Not frizzy. Fizzy. Wow. Words. Hello everyone. I'm Sliper. I was going to say slightly hyper and I just ended up with Sliper. I'm Sliper today. Oh, it's been a day. Where's the mushroom lamp from? It isn't actually a mushroom lamp. There's actually a light. Oh, there's a lamp hidden behind my taxidermy ducklings, which is like behind in this cube. There's actually a lamp hidden behind it. So the mushrooms are from a local garden centre. Though, actually, I thought it was just something that my local garden centre did. When I watched Raw Beauty Christie's video of decorating her office, she has the exact same ones. So I'm guessing you can get them in America. She might be able to tell you where she got hers from, because these are just from like a local garden centre here and I've never found them anywhere else. So Raw Beauty Christie's, not the newest video, but the one before that where she's like doing the office, she finds these and I can't remember where she gets them from. But they're not lights, they're just like decorative mushrooms. Water is needing. Water is needing. Oh my goodness. As we can tell, this is going to be a very all over the place stream. So, as usual, as you can see by the chat rules on the screen, or maybe you can't because I know that they're quite small, but I didn't want to make them any bigger just in case you're on like a mobile and then you can't see the rest of the screen. All of the chat is done chronologically, which means that if I haven't got to your question yet, I won't have seen it and I can't have answered it. So everything is done chronologically, which means I can be quite a way behind the chat, just because that's how I do things so that I don't miss anyone out. If I've already answered a question, answered it in a video, or simply don't want to answer a question at all for personal reasons, I might skip over questions, but if I have a video on a topic, I will usually point out the fact that I have a video on the topic. And lastly, please be kind, please be nice. Any of the mods that are on tonight, wherever they may be, whenever they may appear, I absolutely love my mods. They're absolutely amazing and they do such hard work. So please be nice, please be kind to the mods because they do so much just to help me out through the kindness of their own hearts. So with that being said, let's start this. And I have no idea how long this hyperactive, this sliper energy is going to be. But this could be quite an entertaining stream. Let's see. So I'll try and go all the way up to the top. So let's see who's here. Minnesota, ooh, Indiana, Louisiana, Arizona, Chicago, Vancouver, oh, Sweden, Israel, Oregon, so many people, Germany, Edmonton. I always love the name Edmonton. It's just such a, Edmonton, it's such a nice name. Finland, ooh. Tennessee. Tennessee is one of those names where it has way too many duplicates in it and I always spell it wrong. Always. Right. I'm sure there was a question up here and I've lost it. Oh, no, I found it. I found the first question that I got. I saw this one while I was setting up, so I'm going to answer it now, which is, after circle casting, should you always call the quarters, conjure elemental or planetary energy? Can you skip these, or is it vital that you do them? So this is a really interesting one, especially because the majority of books that mention circle casting are written from a Wiccan perspective. Now, calling in the quarters isn't solely a Wiccan idea, but it's largely used within Wiccan ceremonial circle castings. Now, calling in planetary or elemental energy is also used within ceremonial, more ritual style magic, but you don't have to do it. So circle casting isn't just found within the Wiccan tradition, it's found within multiple different areas of witchcraft outside of Wicca. Now, the idea of calling in the quarters or calling in the watchtowers, as it's often known, is primarily found within the Wiccan tradition. So if you aren't Wiccan and you don't want to follow the Wiccan circle casting technique, you don't need to. You can skip over calling in the quarters if you don't want to work with elemental energies. You don't need to call in elementals or deities if you don't want to. But of course you can if you do want to. And what you call in is really going to depend on what it is that you're after. If you don't want to work with the elements and you don't know how to work with the elements, then there's no point calling in the quarters or the elemental energies because you're not going to need them and you're not going to know how to work with them. So it's really just a case of figuring out what works for you. For me, I don't really like ceremonial circle casting. So I have a video on my channel that's about energetic circle casting, and that's the technique that I have used for as long as I can really remember, besides the few occasions that I've done ceremonial circle casting and just didn't like it. And if you do an energetic circle casting, you can call in anything that you want for that particular working. But if you don't want to call in anything additional, you also don't need to either. Wow, the random sounds are starting really early. If you don't like random bursts of noise, this stream is probably not going to be for you. I make so much random noise. Is this the first time I noticed the new wall decor? Oh yes, I forgot. So I've actually filmed a couple of videos with this setup before this one. So I filmed a Patreon only episode, which for reference, I think I'm now planning on doing every month a Patreon only episode, whether that's an extended version of a video that's being released on the main channel, or that could just be like a random bit of behind the scenes content that I've added onto Patreon. So one of the Patreon videos I think had this as well as a few others. So I have, this is new, and this is obviously new, and then these two things are new. Now this is technically a shelving unit, but there's nothing on it yet. And that's because these, no, wait, where? these two things are precariously, and I mean precariously balanced on two tiny pins in the wall, and I'm so scared that if I turn my back on them or if I don't pay attention to them, they will just fall off the wall. So once I know that they're like, no, these, if I know that they're like sturdy enough, then they will stay up and they'll be in like future videos with things on the shelves, because I'm scared that they're gonna break because I got them for Christmas and I'm really excited about it, but I really don't want them to break. Really don't want them to break. Right, at the moment I am the only person modding the stream, so if I'm a little slow on answering questions, that's why. It's because I'm like bouncing backwards and forwards up and down the stream, which can get a little bit difficult. Just a little bit difficult. Right. That print on the wall behind you is beautiful. This new one down here, or this one? Why can I not figure out where to point? This one is from Redbubble, and this one is from the Witchcraft Museum in Newcastle. And this is my newest one, and I'm so happy about it. So this is, wow, I tried to merge all of those words together. Sorry if this is random, but what are your big three astrology signs? So my sun is Cancer, my moon is Capricorn, and my rising is Aquarius. Yes. How are you? I am good. I am stressed. My washing machine is finished. That means it didn't break. I've been waiting for that for ages. Because I've been really scared all day that all of a sudden it's going to break again and that I'm not going to be able to wash clothes, which is not a good thing. How are you planning to Imbolc? Wait, what? How are you planning to Imbolc? Is this what I... Wait. How are you planning to Imbolc? I'm going to take that as like, what are you planning for Imbolc? Currently, not very much. However, I have set the wheels in motion to reset up my Brigid altar. Now, my Brigid altar was taken down about a year ago when this room was decorated. If you haven't been here for very long, this room used to be like Magnolia and it was awful. And then last October, as in October 2020, we painted this room and I took the altar down. And then all of a sudden there was a table in front of the altar, so I couldn't reach it anymore. And then I just never set it back up again. So like all the altar stuff is just on the floor, which is not good. I don't want it to be on the floor, but I'm finally moving the table into the workshop. And then for Imbolc, I can finally set up my Brigid altar again, which is great because Brigid, Bridie, whatever you want to refer to her as, is the deity of Imbolc. So that is my plan, is to set up my Brigid altar again because it's been far, far too long. Do you have any tips for intermediate witches? Oh, this is an interesting one. I mean, it's quite difficult to have just kind of general tips because that could really mean anything. But for me anyway, especially when it comes to learning further, I find a lot of people who transition from beginner practitioners to more intermediate practitioners, they don't really know where to go because when you get beginner books, they're just called beginner books, and it's really easy to find beginner books, but it's a lot harder to find something more advanced. So if you are wanting to make that jump, you need to specialize a little bit more. There are no intermediate or advanced witchcraft books that cover a whole range of different topics, not like beginner witchcraft books. So you need to pick a topic that you want to learn more about and then get a specialized book on that subject to really progress further. And also, don't be worried if you pick a topic that you've been interested in and then when you start reading about it, you really don't like it. Or when you practice it, you really don't like it. You can just change what it is that you're researching to something else. I do that all the time. But I get a lot of comments about, especially people who want more advanced content, not knowing how to go about doing it. And really, that's the best advice I can give, is to try to find more specialized books. On that topic, if you have any other like more specific questions though about intermediate witchcraft, feel free to let me know. It's just such a huge, ginormous topic that it's really hard to give like very vague, general tips on the subject. Did you have a nice Christmas? I did have a nice Christmas. I Spent Christmas at my cousin's house. It was all within, not my cousin's house, my auntie's house. It was all within regulations and everything. And there was a dog. My cousin's dog was there. And if anyone knows me enough, you know that if there is a dog around, I am more likely to spend time with the dog than I am with people. And I made a friend that day in that cute little dog, and I had a very good day. I hope everyone else had a good Christmas as well, if you do celebrate it. I know that not everyone does, but if you did, I hope that you did enjoy it. Can you make your own version of witchcraft, or do you have to follow certain rules? Okay, so this one is really going to depend on what it is that you want to practice. When it comes to witchcraft, it's important to remember that some witchcraft traditions are going to have very specific rules and others simply aren't. So for instance, I practice what's more closely associated with a folk magic tradition. So it's British folk magic. Now, when it comes to British folk magic, historically, it could mean a whole lot of different things depending on where you lived. And so if you are a folk practitioner of a certain path within witchcraft, you're basing your practice off the things that came before and adapting them to the modern day. So with that, you can really take aspects from different counties around the country. You can also pick on the aspects that you like the most. So if you like charms over potions, then you can pick charms more than potions. And you can really work your own path out of it. But there are traditions of witchcraft that do have specific rules and specific regulations. And if you are going to follow a particular path that has rules, it's really important that you follow those rules. Otherwise, you're not really following that particular tradition. So it's just important to take note of what it is that you're practicing and the rules and restrictions that go around it. So witchcraft isn't ruleless. It's just that depending on what it is that you choose to practice and the different tradition that you are working with, you're going to be following slightly different rules and traditions than if you were to follow a different path. So it's very dependent on what you're doing, which can make the answer to that exceptionally complicated. Can you be a witch without being spiritual or a sense of the earth? Personally, I think that you can. Other people are going to say that you can't. I think it entirely depends on you. The fact that you're interested in witchcraft and you're curious about practicing it really shows that you have that interest to be successful at it. Whereas if someone else isn't spiritual or doesn't have any kind of interaction with the earth at all, has no interest in witchcraft whatsoever, then they're not going to be successful at it because they don't care about witchcraft. They don't want to put the effort in to study it. The fact that you're even asking that question kind of shows that you have that interest that is needed to be successful at it. Some people would argue that you need to be spiritual to practice witchcraft. I have not found that you need to be particularly spiritual because different traditions are going to call for different things. So it really is just a case of what it is that you want to practice within witchcraft, because obviously some practices like spirit communication really require an underlying belief in spirits, otherwise you're just talking to yourself. Whereas if you're doing something like green witchcraft, you don't necessarily need to have any kind of spiritual connection, you just need to maybe just have green fingers. What do you do with offerings? Is this like a personal question to me, or is that like a general question? So when I do offerings, I will typically have alcohol offerings. I like using mead a lot, and also I have a lot of it lying around because I don't really drink it very often and I don't want it going to waste, so I kind of give it as offerings quite a lot. And if you're giving alcohol offerings, they evaporate, which is great because it means there's less waste and there's less stuff just floating around. So with the alcohol offerings, it just evaporates and then you don't really have to do anything with it, it's just gone. If it's food offerings, I will typically do what I can to recycle it where possible and compost it. But round where I live, they don't really take food waste, which is really, really annoying. If it is an item, I will then take it off the altar, recharge it and add it on again, or I'll take it off the altar, cleanse it, and then I will add something else in its place. Now, what you do with offerings is really going to depend on your tradition. Some traditions dictate disposing of it in water. Some will allow you to eat food offerings, while other traditions won't allow you to eat food offerings. Some recommend that you bury offerings, sometimes in specific locations. So what you do with offerings is really going to depend on the specific tradition and also who you're working with. There are certain spirits and certain deities that don't want you to consume food that's been offered to them. But then there are other spirits and other deities that will be quite happy and actually will appreciate you consuming food once you've offered it to them, because they see it as that sign of it's good enough for the practitioner, it's as well as being good enough for me. You know, they're giving the things that they would eat themselves. So it's a really difficult one to answer because it's really going to depend on your tradition and also who it is that you're working with, whether they are ancestors, spirits, deities, angels, demons, whatever it is that you're working with. How is Court of Thorns and Roses going? It's not. I read the first one and the second one and the third one. I got halfway through the fourth one and I got bored. Not because the book is boring, but I cannot sit through long series, and like 5 books to me is a long series. So I moved on to a different series. I keep reading like triple books. So like the books that have got like, you know, there's 3 books in a series, because after the third one, I can do 3. I can't do 4. So I will hopefully finish reading the 4th one because I have the 5th one. But I'm currently reading the Guild. Is it called Guild? Glint? Guild. I don't know what it's called. I'm currently reading that series. So once I'm done with that, I might go and finish the Court of Thorns and Roses because I really need to. Otherwise, I'm going to forget what's happened, and I don't want to forget what's happened. So where was I? Is it possible to Wait, it jumped. I was just thinking in my head, like, if I'm using my Streamlabs chat, it won't jump. And it still jumped on Streamlabs because YouTube jumped. Okay, I'm going to scroll back up again. Oops. Where was I? Oh no. Is it possible to overdo witchcraft? Overdo witchcraft. I feel like I'm reading that wrong. Is it possible? Is it possible to overdo witchcraft? How can you overdo do you mean overdo witchcraft? Maybe you mean overdo. I'm just trying to figure out what the sentence means. Apparently today my brain is just not working. If it's overdo, like do it too much, then yes, you definitely can. I mean, I have met a lot of particularly beginners who try to use witchcraft for everything. Like every aspect of their lives they will try to use witchcraft for. So like they want to pass a test, they'll use witchcraft. If they want to make a friend, they'll use witchcraft. If they want the bus to arrive on time, they'll use witchcraft. And in the end, they're doing like 20 to 30 spells all day, every day. Like every spare minute they have in their day, they are doing spell work and ritual. Like I don't even mean just like changing out an altar or giving an offering. I mean like full-blown spellcraft 20 to 30 times a day. And you do get to the point where the energy and the spirits, whatever it is that you're working with, whether that's deities or ancestors or spirits or whatever it is you're working with, they tend to turn around and go, well, if you can't be bothered to do your own work, then we're not going to help you. And oftentimes they'll find that they suddenly have this block on their magical practice, and all of a sudden nothing they do has any effect. Not positive, not negative, just nothing. And it's usually because whoever they're working with has gone, you know what? You need to calm the hell down. You need to chill out and you need to figure out your shit in the mundane world without relying on witchcraft as a crutch. Because some people, especially beginners, they do have a tendency to rely on it as a crutch instead of doing the mundane work that they need to do. So I have found particularly beginners tend to overdo it, often because they're so excited, and I can understand why. I mean, it's a whole new world that they're getting into. They have a tendency to overdo it a little bit, and sometimes if they're working with a particular spirit or deity, they might just turn around and just cut you off, which can be exceptionally frustrating and can often deter people a lot of the time, when often it's being done for the best interest of the practitioner. Do you find that spells cast with complex ritual are more effective than a simple spell? No. What I find the most effective are spells or rituals that are done for a purpose that you are passionate about. I have found that when you really want something and you're willing to do the mundane work and you're willing to do the magical work and you're really putting all of your emotion and your feeling into that spell work, whether it's a simple spell or a massive ritual, you're gonna have much more success than a working that you're just kind of meh. Because if you're meh about a working, then especially when it comes to ritual, if you are calling on spirits or planetary bodies, or you're calling in deities into that space, you're evoking them into that area, they're going to look at you and they're going to go, why are you bringing me here for meh? Bring me here for passion, bring me here for drive, tell me what you want, what are you willing to offer in return? So I find that oftentimes simple spell work, if it has the power and the passion behind it and the emotion, can be just as effective, if not more effective in some cases, than large complex ritual. How's your workshop going? It is coming along really, really slowly. So a few days ago, I got dead motivated and I put up an IKEA unit by myself. I was incredibly proud of myself. I don't have any tools in this house whatsoever. I have an Allen key. That's it. So I put up an IKEA unit and I was so proud of myself, and I took my printer upstairs, and then yesterday we took the table out, so I had a big work table in there that's now dismantled, which is great. And the next job is to put the worktop in. Which the worktop is in, I'm going to get a wall-mounted camera mount so I can start doing spell and ritual and divination videos. Finally, I'm so excited about it. And then we still need to do the shelving unit for all of my herbs, which is going to be the most difficult bit because my ceilings in this house are about 10 feet tall, maybe 11 feet tall in this house, which means that you cannot buy just standard units. You have to custom make units. So we're having to custom build a set of shelves to go in an alcove, which is very narrow. So this is going to take ages. I just know it is. So I'm just happy that the worktop is going to go in. And I'm thinking I might do a Patreon vlog video updating the progress on the workshop for any of my Patreons who are interested in that. I'm thinking of doing that kind of video for this month. But yeah, it's slow. We started in July. It's now January. We're still nowhere near finished. So plodding along slowly. A few days ago, I did some work with a tree spirit and I've been feeling really off since then. What could be causing that? Okay, question. Could you not just be feeling off? Like, I always think mundane over magical. Have you worked particularly hard? Have you been feeling a bit under the weather? Do people around you feel a bit under the weather? Is it something that could simply not be connected and you are connecting them just because you did one thing followed by the other happening? Because not everything is caused by the other. So I'd say start off with the mundane, try to figure out what's going on and what could be causing it in a mundane sense. And only then I would even consider the magical, because more often than not, it's simply your brain connecting the two together. If it was something to do with a tree spirit, they could simply have been drawing energy off you. A lot of spirits will do that, especially if you, and I don't know, of course, but if you have less control over your energy, you might find that they are drawing off that because they can. They have the option, you're in their vicinity, they can draw off that, which can then make you feel a little bit not great afterwards. But always mundane over magical. That way you can make sure that everyone stays safe and that no one is missing things that maybe are harming them in their physical lives and instead blaming it on the magical. On TikTok, I heard about angels and it seems very intersand to me, but I can't find anything else about it. Do you have any recommendations? Unfortunately, I don't. I don't work with angels in my magical practice. I don't research angels in my magical practice. But if anyone in the chat does, then feel free to put any additional information or book recommendations for angels. I do believe there's also an angel section on my Discord server, which is linked in the description box of all of my videos. And the people on the angel section of the Discord server might be able to help a little bit more because I don't work with angels, so I can't really give any further resources on that. Would getting consent from someone before doing beneficial magic for them help prevent backfires? Yes. Mainly because oftentimes if a backfire is caused by a ricochet, so what I mean by this is some backfires are caused by you not releasing all of that energy. So it appears as though it's backfired onto you when actually you simply haven't released that spell work out into the world, so it's impacting you instead of impacting the other person. A ricochet is essentially where someone's spirits, guardians, ancestors have stopped that working from interfering with them, and it's kind of bounced back onto you again. This is often done if you are directly targeting another person and they aren't aware. So their spirits also aren't aware because you haven't told them. So if you can get someone's consent before doing spell work on them, you're much less likely to have something ricocheting off their spirits because that person is aware of what you're going to be doing and they've agreed to it. Whereas if they disagree with it, then you're going to have an even harder time and you're way more likely to have something ricochet off again, particularly if they do have spirits or ancestors that are very protective of them. Different people are going to have different spirits around them. The more spirits and the more attentive the spirit is, the more likely something is going to backfire. So definitely getting consent can be really, really useful for that. Do. Do you have a favourite tree that you visit? I do. It's a huge horse chestnut tree at Oldbury Court Estate in Bristol. I did have a favourite tree. I was heartbroken, so heartbroken. If you remember back, I don't know if you even here then, but in 2020, I did some vlogging to kind of pass the days during lockdown. And I did speak about this then, but I have a local tree that I loved. It's been there since I was a child. Absolutely loved this tree. It was a huge oak tree. Loved it. And I went out one day in the middle of summer 2020 and walked around the park with this tree in it, and it was there. And then I walked out the next day and the tree was gone. They just chopped the tree in half, left all of the bits all over the floor, and I cried all the way home. I was so unhappy. So I did have a favourite tree. They have since brutally chopped it down. I am very unhappy with them. And then I do have another tree, which is a white willow tree that is luckily still there. I'm glad that one's not gone too. So those are my two favourite trees, but one of them is now just a stump in the ground and I'm very unhappy about it. I don't even know when they had time to do it, because I went one afternoon and it was there, and then I went the next morning and it was gone. It was like the tree cutters just like came in the middle of the night like phantoms and just destroyed the tree. Is there an area of witchcraft or a practice you'd like to learn more about or get into? There isn't really any one particular practice. At the minute, I just really want to deep dive into the practices that I'm already interested in. I have been throwing myself more and more into folk traditions and looking into the history of witchcraft, which can sometimes be really difficult, especially because we have this preconceived idea of what witchcraft is and what it has been in the past. But when you actually look at the history of witchcraft from a historical folkloric perspective, that doesn't align with the pagan witch stereotype that we have all been spoon-fed, basically. And it's quite difficult, actually, to look at the history and see how some of it simply doesn't match what we believe it to be. So I've been really deep diving into the folklore because that's something I've always been really interested in. And then I'm getting back into plants again and green witchcraft. I have some books that I got for Christmas that I've been obsessed with, all about kind of plants and working with them. So I'm trying to get into that again a little bit, and that's really what I'm deep diving into when I have the time. Currently, I have so many books on the go though that it's becoming a problem. How to tell if someone is hexed or cursed. So firstly, these are relatively rare. Of course, it's not impossible, but they are relatively rare. So if I mention something, please don't take that as me saying you are cursed. Take it as just one thing. You need to tally up kind of multiple of these things for you to really take it seriously, because one of these things can simply be you just having a bad day or something simply going wrong in your life. But if you have like 10 things on this list, then yeah, something might be going on. So things are just going wrong for you in like one area of your life. Usually when it comes to a curse, doing it on all of your life is really, really difficult. But you'll likely find that one area of your life just starts falling apart. So for instance, if you believe that you've been hexed or cursed and it's to do with your job, you might find that you went for a promotion and you didn't get it, even though you know you deserved it. You had your desk moved to the worst area of the office. You get everyone's work piled up on your desk because they didn't finish it and you were the one that has to do it. Your boss suddenly starts treating you like garbage and you haven't done anything and you have no idea why. They start complaining about your work, even though it's just as good as it was the day before, but all of a sudden it's just really, really bad. All of your colleagues suddenly hate you, but you have no idea why they hate you, and they have no reason to hate you, they just kind of do. You go for a new job, and you fail, or they let you go, or something terrible happens. You might lose your job and then not be able to find a new one. You might find that the salary of your job suddenly drops, or they get rid of your position, so you ended up booted out anyway. If all of these things kind of start happening, then you might find that something is going on in that area of your life. Now, the same can be applied for love. If someone is trying to destroy your love life, you might find that you have a string of terrible dates, or that you just keep meeting really, really bad people. Or if you're in a long-term relationship, you're finding that you're arguing all the time, but there's no reasons to argue. You find out that they've cheated, you find all of these messages, you get people contacting you, you then fall out of this relationship in a horrific way. You know, these things have to kind of build up. You may also find that you don't sleep right and that you're not feeling particularly well, but there's no medical reason for it. All of these things can show that you have something going on, but please remember here that all of these things could also mean that you were shit at your job, or that that relationship just sucked and that person was a dick. So ultimately, make sure that you do your divination, make sure that you do readings, and don't look for being cursed or hexed. Do that reading, whether that's tarot, whether that's oracle, go to someone else, whatever it might be, but keep an open mind when you're looking at it, because the number of people that I have met who genuinely think that they're cursed, when actually there's nothing going wrong with their life, it's just that they're in this mindset that they're cursed. So yeah, that was a bit of a long spiel, but I hope that that makes sense. And also, please remember that a lot of curses can actually be placed upon you. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy, where if you talk yourself into a bad mindset, a bad energetic space, you can also manifest those bad things on yourself as well, which will also show up in a reading. If you aren't certain on readings, I would recommend going to a professional, because they are way more likely to pick up on these things from an outsider's standpoint. I find that if you do a reading for yourself, you may well purposefully target that reading and read things in a certain way that an outsider wouldn't necessarily do. Oh, I think I did all of that without breathing. Okay, just got myself confused about using sigils. Once you've created and charged a sigil, do you need to release or destroy it? Okay, so here's the thing with sigils. Sigils can be used in two very different ways. The first is that you create a sigil, it has no energy attached to it at all, and then you destroy it, whether that's burning it, burying it, washing it away, flushing it down the toilet, whatever it might be. That high energy destruction is what charges the sigil. So before that point, you could just have sigils written on a piece of paper and they mean nothing and they do nothing. And it's only in their destruction do you add energy into them. Now, this is particularly used for short-term, quick release sigils. These are often done by burning. You'll often see people draw them on bay leaves or pieces of paper, and then they'll set fire to them, or they will wash them away, whatever it is that you need in relation to your working. Those sigils are destruction sigils. But if you're planning on wearing a sigil, for instance, on your skin, you can't really destroy it because it's on your skin. Instead, what you do is you charge that sigil as you are creating it. So you push your energy in as you are drawing that sigil, whether that's in a book of shadows, whether that is on an assignment that you're doing, whether that's a notepad, whether that's an eyeliner on your skin, you will draw it, and as you are drawing it, you are focusing on your intention and you are pushing it into that creation so that that sigil is then charged. Now that sigil is going to run out of charge, so over time it will become weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker as it uses the energy you've put into it to manifest that result. If you're charging a sigil to wear it on your skin, you then don't need to destroy it because you've already charged it with that energy. Or you can destroy it, which is the energy source for that particular working. So it's kind of two different techniques for the same practice, and how you use them is going to depend on which style of practice you're doing. You used to frequently work with runes. Do you think you'll ever make a video on it? 100%. I'm going to have to figure out which set of runes is going to be best for this, but I have a few sets of runes that I have tried doing videos with before. My setup here doesn't work. That's why we're redoing the workshop. So once the workshop is finished and I have the work table that I can work on, there's then going to be divination videos, spellwork videos, those kind of things. It's just that in my current setup, it's pretty difficult for me to do all of that. It just doesn't really work. I've tried it so many times, so I am planning on doing that when I have the workshop at least partially finished. Even if it's not completely finished, just like a work table and a chair. That would be nice. That would be very nice. Is manifestation dark magic? Wait, what? Is manifestation dark magic if you, for example, manifest a specific person? My brain hurts. So, I'm trying to find out the best way to word this. So, magic is magic. The term that you use to describe it depends on the outcome that you're aiming for. So if you're trying to curse someone, then that's baneful magic. It's dark magic, it's more negative magic. If you are trying to heal someone, you might call that positive magic, or whatever it is you want to refer to it as. Now, where you draw the line is not set in stone. Everyone has their own unique spectrum of positive to negative. And where a working falls entirely depends on your individual morals, as well as the ethics and the morals of the community that you are a part of, as well as the tradition of magic that you follow. For instance, if you're a light worker, this is someone who primarily works only positive magics, then your sliding spectrum is going to be very different than if you were a folk practitioner like I am, who is more of a dualistic practice where I will both cause harm and I will cure as well. So it's going to vary depending. So I don't know what the specific outcome of this is. Manifesting a specific person could be both positive or negative. It really depends on what you're doing it for and your own sliding spectrum of where something is going to fall. So it's not a question that I can answer, because it's not up to me where it falls, because it's going to be different where it falls for you and where it falls for someone else and someone else. It's a very difficult thing to answer because everyone is going to have their own placement on their own unique scale. How can you get better with your intuition? Write things down. Genuinely, write things down. The thing with intuition is if you don't acknowledge it, it won't keep manifesting. If you keep ignoring the signs, they are just going to give up giving them to you. So if you want to get better with your intuition, note everything that you can think of down. Any little thing, any word, any color, any image, whatever it is, write it down. Because over time, you're going to start noticing patterns. You're going to notice things manifesting that you thought of maybe like 2, 3, 4 weeks beforehand. Write it down. If you've got it written down, then you can go back to it later. And the more you acknowledge your intuition, even if not everything you write down is actually your intuition, if only some of it is your intuition and your intuitive thoughts coming through, you're acknowledging them, and then they're more willing to come through in the future, and you're more likely to pay attention to them, which is really what you're after. Whew. Will you do a guided meditation soon? I am planning on it. Life has been kind of chaotic. I need to write something that I'm really happy with to be able to do it. What are your thoughts on working with spirits such as saints, Mary, etc.? So, I mean, do what you want. Genuinely do what you want. It's not, I can't say to someone, you shouldn't be doing that, just because I wouldn't do it. Like for me, I don't work with the saints in the same way that someone who is a Christian witch might. So as far as I'm concerned, as long as you have a connection to that particular spirit, that particular entity, then you can really work with whatever you feel comfortable and appropriate to work with. And that's really an individual thing. So who I work with, other people might not feel the same connection to and might not want to work with, and vice versa. Isn't witchcraft energy manipulation? It contains aspects of, it is not entirely. Can you make your own gods and goddesses? Personally, I don't necessarily think so. You can create, it's a very difficult one to answer because it really depends on your definition of deities. For me, I don't think that one individual can create a deity. Do I think that collections of people can create deities in the form of god forms? Then yes. A god form is a spiritual entity that is created through extensive belief and understanding of said being, which then creates it into a living god form. They're usually created by huge masses of people. It's similar to a thought form, but on a much larger scale. So I think people can create gods in that way. They can create god forms, but whether you can create an entire god is a very difficult thing to answer because it entirely depends on your definition of a goddess or a god. And depending on the culture and the religion that you follow, that definition is going to vary extremely between, you know, a god being something that is the highest being in the universe to something more like, in some traditions, gods are seen as more spirits that we can connect with, and it's a give and take relationship. So it's really going to depend on many different factors. Can a male be a hedge witch? I mean, a male can be any kind of witch that they want to be. Yes, basically. I feel like this is something that's been thrown around a lot in the past 20 or 30 years. Witches aren't just female. Even throughout history, we see documentation time and time again of male presenting individuals being practitioners of magical arts. It isn't solely a feminine thing. So as a male practitioner, you can really connect with whatever you want to connect with. If you feel like hedge witchcraft is drawing you, then study it, learn about it, give it a try. If it's not for you, find something else. It's really a case of just trial and error, seeing what works for you, see what you like, and see what you don't. Oh no, it's gonna jump. God damn it! I knew it! Okay. I'm gonna scroll up again. Sorry, I'm just dealing with a few twats on the way up. It's very glitchy. I apologize if all of a sudden it's glitching. It just does not want to move for me. Okay. I apologize if all of a sudden it just glitched like crazy. I'm hoping that it's alright. Is it alright still? Let me know. I can't click. I can't do any modding at the minute, which is really annoying. So I really apologize if there's anything going on in the chat. It basically won't let me do anything. So I'm hoping that that gets fixed soon. Unfortunately, it won't let me do anything. And I don't understand why. Oh dear. Right, I'm going to keep going while I hopefully have it come back again. Unfortunately, YouTube is just really, really glitchy at the minute. I'm a newbie. How will I ever know what kind of witch I am? I feel drawn to so many things. Trial and error. It's the only way that you're ever going to know. Essentially, the type of witch you are is simply the type of practice that you do most often. As a beginner, you're never going to know the kind of thing that you do the most often until you start practicing, until you find what you like and what you don't like, what works for you and what doesn't. So the only way that you're going to know is through trying and seeing what you like and what you don't like, which is why I always recommend, if you are just getting started, that you start being eclectic, as you have here, trying lots of different things and being interested in lots of different things, so then you can see what works for you and what doesn't, so that as you develop, you'll be able to progress onto whichever kind of path within witchcraft you like. This is not going to work for me on YouTube. I'm just gonna have to keep going on Streamlabs and hoping that this is okay. I really hope this is gonna be okay. When you say to meditate on something, what does it mean? You meditate while thinking of that particular thing to come up with a solution. Yes, exactly. Exactly, that's basically what it is. So meditation can mean a lot of different things, but when people within the witchcraft community primarily think of meditation, they're meaning it as mind calming. Essentially, it's a technique that takes out all of the intrusive thoughts and stops you from focusing on them. So the intrusive thoughts might still pass you by, but instead of focusing on them, you're letting them go, so that it allows you to enter into this clear-minded space where you can focus on important topics and things that you need to think about, or you can simply sit in that very calm space to work on your energy, to work on your breathing, whatever it is that you might be. So when someone says to meditate on something, it essentially means to enter into this quiet mental state where you're allowing all of the thoughts to pass you by rather than focusing on all of them. And then you can focus on one particular topic, a particular question that you need to work with. It's also used when communicating with spirits and deities that you are connected with to gain answers from them, as well as answers from your own intuition. So it's a really useful technique. It's just a little bit tricky to get down if you aren't used to doing it. Oh, we're going full High School Musical. Why? I have no idea. My brain just went straight 2007. I'm not sure what happened there. Sorry, full jam session. How to stop backfiring of a binding spell. You can't. It's the thing, a lot of people want this kind of one solution to never have a backfire happen ever again, but there simply isn't one. If the person that you're doing a binding spell on has a lot of protections, and they also have spirits and ancestors that are connecting with them and working with them, you are always going to find that there's a chance of backfire, and it's unavoidable because you're targeting a person. People have far more protections up than you probably would assume. They're far more difficult to do workings on than situations. So if you want to bind something and you're struggling with getting backfires off a particular person, try binding a particular situation that they are a part of rather than attempting to bind them if you're finding that all of the bindings are backfiring. But if you don't know if it's going to backfire, then it's just a case of trying and seeing. But if you target a person, you're more likely to get a backfire because they do have ancestors, guides, guardians that are going to be shielding them if they don't know that working is coming. Okay, I'm confused. I will mention the question, but I'm very confused. A close friend of mine, not anymore, good, I'll say that right now, good, told me to take down my altar for Freya and stop speaking with her and Odin, and I feel really uncomfortable because they are trying to get to me. What? Why? What? Why? I'm confused. Some people are weird. This is the one thing you'll learn in this community for long enough. People are weird. People are rude. There's a lot of just shit in this community. As much as we'd love to think that it's all, happy and uplifting, it isn't. No community is entirely that. And unfortunately, you are always going to get people who are doing this kind of thing. Do I say something or do I just... I'm confused. I'm confused by this entire situation. I'm confused by the entire situation. Right. Is it possible to meditate while drawing or colouring? Yes, it is. It's essentially just entering that calm mental space. And for some people that might be sitting, listening to whale music, and to other people that might be focusing on their breathing. For others it might be doing elemental visualizations, but for some people it might be drawing or painting, doing something that they can just relax into and do. If you're comfortable sharing, what is the last spell you cast? It wasn't a spell per se, but I changed up my altar. I'm not going to give the specific intention for it, but I changed up my manifestation altar with candles and cards and everything to create a shift in a certain aspect of my life. And that was the most recent thing that I did. So when I do my next altar setup, my altar's going to look very different than it did in the last video that I did on my altar because I've completely changed everything because I just needed something to shift. I needed to remove some blockages. So that's the last thing I did. I believe anyway, that's the last thing that I did. I think so. And that was about a week ago, 4 or 5 days ago, something like that. Can salt be reused forever? No. Mainly because salt absorbs. Salt often absorbs into it that energy. And you do get to the point where it can't absorb anything else, kind of like a sponge. You get to that point where the sponge is so clogged that it can't absorb anything else. And so you would need to dissolve the salt in water and then tip it down the drain. Please don't put salt in a bin. Don't put salt in compost. Don't put salt on the earth. Just dissolve it in water, tip it down the drain, and then get some fresh salt. Now, this won't necessarily happen quickly, but it can happen over an extended period of time. So you'll find that over a couple of months, you'll find that the salt is working less and less and less, and then ultimately you're just going to have to switch it out. My mum doesn't like it if I do witchcraft. Do you have any tips of how I can still do it? I am personally not going to recommend that you do something that your parent, your guardian is severely against. The one thing I will say, however, is that usually any kind of fear, any kind of concern is usually brought from misunderstanding or a lack of understanding on the truth of a topic. Especially when it comes to witchcraft, a lot of people don't truly understand what it is, and they fear what they don't understand. So if you are planning on having a conversation, trying to bring it up again, bring resources, bring things that your guardian can actually learn from so that they can better understand what it is that you're working with. Because I find a lot of people have a big misunderstanding of what witchcraft actually is, which then leads to problems and fear and concerns later down the line. Do you work with any of the figures featured in the Mabinogi? Yes, one of my deities is Ceridwen, who is featured quite strongly in the Mabinogi in one particular area at least. And that's it, I believe, from the Mabinogi. I just really enjoy the stories. I think they're just so wonderful. For anyone that is in the UK, anyway, I'm not sure if you can get it anywhere else, but on BBC Sounds, there's actually an entire audiobook about the Mabinogi, which is all voice acted, and it's so good. I put it on when I'm cleaning, and it's really, really well done. I believe it's just called Mabinogi, and it's on BBC Sounds, and it's just free as long as you have a TV license, I think, I don't know, but it is a really, really good series. And I mean, there's lots of others. I believe that Damn the Bard on YouTube and also on Spotify, probably elsewhere as well, but those are the two things that I use, has a full playlist of stories of the Mabinogi that he gives as well. So there's a few options out there, but those are the two that I really like. If you would also like to learn about the Mabinogi, you mentioned before angels are fae. I don't think I ever did, because angels aren't fae. If you can tell me where I said that, I would appreciate it, because I really want to go back and see what I said and why, because I can't fathom why I would say that angels are fae. I'm curious. Sometimes I have a brain fart and I can't remember what I was talking about. This might be one of those moments. Can you explain as short as possible what magic is? A lot of people want to know, but but don't really want to learn. That's always the problem. So magic is the manifestation of intention. It is the physical outcome of our goals, in a way. So magical practice is the use of our energy and our intention to manifest physical change through spellwork and ritual. The magic is what we see as being the outcome of that spellwork and ritual. It is the result of our workings that we are undertaking. So magical arts are working with energy and intention to manifest change through spellwork and ritual. Magic is the ultimate result of that magical manifestation. Ooh. Oh, thank you so much, Eureka. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, it's a difficult one to get into, because when you have people who don't really want to put the effort in to learn, it's almost impossible to actually share the information with them. Because if they don't want to learn, then it's just in one ear, out the other. You're not really going to have much luck, unfortunately. What do you recommend to use as protection when contacting spirits? So, I always use personal protection, always. And that's because it really depends on how you're planning on working with spirits. So there's a few different options out there, depending on what it is that you're going to want to do. So you can call them into a space, in which case personal protection is always good. Now, you can also have room protection or house protection, but it's important to remember that if you're wanting a spirit to enter that space, you're going to have to permit them to enter that space, otherwise that protection is going to keep them out. And also, if you are planning on working with spirits that are within that space, you have to remember that if you don't want them there anymore, you're going to have to release the protection to push them out and then put it back up again. So I would hands down always recommend using personal protections, because they really cover you for a whole bunch of different things, and they really allow you to work with spirits in a positive way. I apologize if this is glitching like crazy right now. I'm not sure what's going on, but it is. And yeah, YouTube still won't let me actually mod anything, so I'm really sorry if anything is happening in the chat, because it won't let me do anything. Like anything at all, and I don't know why. I'm really, really sorry. This is unfortunately, it's because I clicked on something. I need to learn, my internet is not good enough to allow me to click on anything, so I just have to watch the chat, and if anything goes wrong, I'm so sorry. I'm basically out of control. So I'm hoping that this starts to clear up again. I'm going to go up again to the top of the chat and hope that I don't click on anything where it will glitch again, because that tends to happen. Do 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 do. Right. Where was I? I was up here as well. I think I'm further up. I think I've completely lost my place. Oh no. Okay. I don't know where I was. Okay, I think I was here. What did you do on the full moon? I sat in front of my washing machine, watching it slowly break. That's how I spend my full moon. Because I don't really do anything on the full moon, because I'm trying to do the maths and I can't do the maths. 16 years worth of full moons is a lot, and I don't really particularly focus on the moons anymore unless I specifically plan on doing a working that targets a particular moon phase. I will usually not really pay that much attention to the full moons, because life just passes me by and I got shit I need to do. So for me, unless I really need to work on a particular time, I don't really pay that much attention. So yeah, I was sitting in front of my washing machine, watching it not drain of water. Ask the owners of the stump if you can take some of its wood or bark for your altar. Yeah, that's the council, and I'm not going to bother them. I'm just leaving the tree where it is. It is gone. It's gone. It just doesn't feel the same anymore. It's just done for. It doesn't help that I think some teenage delinquent decided to set a fire in the trunk once it was cut. So now it's just like a burnt out husk. It's honestly really sad. Is Hearth your real name? No, it isn't. It is my screen name that I have used for a very, very long time now. What's the difference between a dark and a new moon? So the best way I can describe this is that the dark moon is the day where there is no moon. Like there's nothing in the sky, basically. It's just completely dark. Whereas a new moon usually covers several days that cover the dark moon, period. So like the dark moon is like in the middle of the new moon phase, and it's the bit where there's no moon in the sky, basically, at all. No visible, like, slivers of moon. What's the best way to learn tarot as a solitary witch? Any books or other recommendations? No, or other resources that you recommend? When it comes to books, it doesn't really matter. But of course, make sure that you choose a book that suits the deck that you are working with. If you're working with something that's based on the Rider-Waite-Smith system, which most tarot decks are, then the majority of tarot books can be useful because they all cover the Rider-Waite-Smith system. But if you're using something like the Thoth system, then that's a very different system, and so a Rider-Waite-Smith based book is not going to work for a different tarot system. So basically every book is pretty much the same. They all contain the same information. If you can find a very detailed book that looks at the numerology and everything, because actually Rider-Waite-Smith cards contain a huge amount of numerology, then that's extra useful. When it comes to learning though, I would say work with what's best for you. I find that I can't just memorize lists. My memory is just not that good. So instead I do daily draws. And when I do a daily draw, I would then look up the meaning of that card, and then I would put it back, do it every single day. And over time, if you get a card that you've seen before, you're going to want to recall what the written meaning of it was, but then also spend time looking at the imagery, what draws itself to you, what thing are you focusing on within that artwork, and then you can build your intuition whilst also memorizing the technical meanings of the cards. Though I have found that intuitive readings for me are more successful than book readings. I don't know, I just find it way better to do them intuitively than like word for word out of the book. Would you ever do a home tour? I mean, maybe I would. But honestly, my house is permanently in absolute chaos. You're lucky if you can get from one door to the next without tripping over something. And although this setup might look nice and finished and complete, trust me, the rest of the room looks like... what? It looks like I've been robbed. It's the best way I can describe it. That's kind of what it looks like. So maybe one day, when I actually get my shit together and clean. But until that point, probably not. Though when the workshop is done, I will be doing a tour of the workshop before I ruin it, which will take all of 2.5 days. So as soon as that's done, I will hopefully be doing a tour of the workshop. What is something you find works for you to get you into a well-focused headspace for spellwork and ritual? I know of ritual baths and specific garments, but I don't know if I have an alternative to go to. If you have an alternative to go to. So for me, I don't do ritual baths. I hate basic human requirements. I hate it. I hate eating. I hate sleeping. I hate drinking water. I hate having a shower. I hate it. I've never known anyone who hates basic things as much as I do. I hate it. So you will never see me purposefully choosing to have a shower in the middle of the day that has no other purpose other than to like be a ritual shower. If I have a shower, I'm washing my hair and I am washing myself. And this makes me sound like I'm a really dirty person. I'm not. I shower religiously, literally religiously on like a daily basis. However, you're never going to catch me going in the shower randomly in the middle of the day because ritual shower, I don't have the time, I don't have the willpower, so I won't do it. So for me, I don't do ritual clothes, I don't do ritual baths, I don't have the patience to get changed. Like that's just a level of effort that I just don't want to do. So at most, I might put on my cloak. I do have a cloak that I use for ceremony. I do need to shorten it considerably. But the main thing I do is I put on music. Now for me, music is like an everyday thing. It's a really odd thing in my house for it to be quiet. There's always music playing. And there's a particular playlist. I actually have a playlist on my YouTube channel that you can click on. And they're like all the songs that I put on all the time. It's on my playlist section. It's just called like ritual music, something like that. And I just put that on and I just sit with it. Just sit with it while I'm getting ready for the working, getting the candles out, getting the herbs out, whatever it is I'm working with, I just sit with it on. And that really psychs me up because I only put that music on when I am doing something related to spellwork and ritual. It's the only time I will really put that on. So, for me, I find that that is the most successful way of doing it because it allows me to just get into that headspace because I will only do it for that particular thing. And I mean, you don't have to put on ritual music or have a ritual shower or anything like that. It can be something as simple as making a specific cup of tea, using a specific mug or a specific glass, or changing something in the room in just a very specific way, because it essentially is just Pavlovian. That, I don't mean like the cake. I don't mean the cake. I mean like Pavlov and his dogs. you're essentially just training your brain to associate that particular thing with a type of aspect in your life. So if you only listen to ritual music before ritual, it kind of sets you up psychologically. If you only drink chamomile tea before you do a spell, then when you get that chamomile tea out, it's automatically going to drop you into that headspace to be able to do that. So, yeah. That's what I do. And all of that made me sound like an awful person who doesn't eat or drink or clean or sleep or anything. I like doing hobbies too much. This is the problem. So yeah, your room seems fine. I think you're missing the point, Larry. You're missing the point. This looks fine because I have set it up like a stage. This is my scene. I am an actor in a scene. This in front of me, this behind you, this behind the scenes, looks like a disaster zone. But it looks fine to you, because you're looking at the stage, right? That's the whole point. So the rest of my house, the behind the scenes stuff, looks awful. But you don't see that, so you wouldn't know. Nah, see? See my point? So yeah. No Winnie the Pooh yet. Nope. No Winnie the Pooh yet. Not yet. It will probably come out today, but it hasn't come out yet. So far, we've had High School Musical and a bunch of random strings of notes that are probably both sharp and flat simultaneously. So, yes, I am going to scroll back up again now because I was right at the bottom, but I'll answer this one while I'm here because we were just talking about it. What is the purpose of robes in witchcraft? Was that the question? That was the question. Was that the question? Where is it? It's gone. Wait, it's gone. Oh, no, there it is. What is the purpose of cloak in ritual? So, cloaks, robes, some people will use them as protective cover-ups for outdoor rituals. I know a lot of people that I worked with in the past used to do that. So oftentimes, if you're doing outdoor rituals, you're going to be wearing something a little bit more elaborate. A lot of times, especially in the coven group that I worked with, the men were wearing kind of linen trousers and like a really flowy tunic type shirt. The women were often wearing flowy dresses and bare feet, which when you're doing a working in December is really, really cold. So if you're outside, a cloak is just a really good ritual item that sets you up in the right mindset, but also keeps you warm. If you work in a tradition that focuses on being skyclad, or if you choose to be skyclad, which is nude for the purpose of ritual, then sometimes a cloak is a really good way of making you feel slightly less nude. And also it just makes it a little bit more comfortable. Some people will use cloaks of particular colours to get themselves into doing particular workings. Some people will use them when they're gathering others to signify what it is that they do. I've met many people who have like certain coloured robes to represent their specific tradition. So I've seen people with green robes or cloaks that are embroidered to represent green witchcraft. So it really depends on tradition and what it is that you're doing and the group that you're a part of, if you're a part of anything at all. I have always had a robe from the very start of my practice. It's one of the first things I actually got, and it's way too long for me. I really need to shorten it considerably. And I really like using it for outdoor workings because it does just give that extra like warmth without having to wear a leather jacket, because sometimes leather jackets just break you out of that ritual space. Because it's just kind of a mundane piece of clothing. Whereas if you want something warm that's ritualized, you can put on a cloak instead. And plus, they're badass. So there's that. Right, I'm going to try and find where I was and hope that I can. I can't find where I was. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't know where I was. Where am I? Like, I just keep scrolling and I cannot for the life of me find where I was. I think I was about here. I apologize if I wasn't and I missed some, but I think I'm here. Is it dangerous to do an uncrossing if you think you've been cursed or hexed and it turns out you weren't? I'd say first thing, do a reading. Get someone else to do a reading. Whatever it is that you feel you need to do, make certain before you do it. If you've already done it or you do it anyway, an uncrossing essentially breaks any negative workings that are done against you, and depending on the style of uncrossing, it can send that energy back to sender, essentially returning it to the person who sent it to you. Whether they sent it to you intentionally or unintentionally, it will return it back to them. Now, if there's no negative energy, there's no curse, there's no hex, there's no individual that sent anything your way, that working is just not going to do anything, because there's nothing it can do. There's nothing for it to break, and there's nothing for it to send back. So it's not necessarily harmful. It's just going to be a pain in the ass for you, because you've got to go through that entire working with all the items and whatever it is that you're using, to then have nothing that you need to break, which is often why I would always recommend doing divination before spellwork and ritual, because that way you can tell whether that working is even worth doing. And oftentimes, if you do divination before that working, it will tell you, like, this is no use. You may as well not bother. And then you get to save all of that time, that energy, the supplies, for when you actually do need it. So I don't think it's going to do anything harmful. It's just not going to do anything at all if there's nothing for it to break. Can you talk about mirror magic? Ooh, I like mirror magic. Yeah, so mirror magic can be used in a lot of different ways, and how you use it is going to really depend on what you need. So mirror magic can be used to shield workings. This is particularly useful if you are targeting another person and you don't want that working to, or you don't want them to be able to know who sent that working to you. It's often used for this, where you will use a mirrored plate underneath spellwork and ritual, and the purpose of this is so that if anyone does divination and attempts to see that working, then essentially all they will see is themselves back again. They won't see that working. It's going to be hidden from them. You can use mirror magic as a protection of sorts. So what a lot of people will do is at the quarters of their house, like at the corners that face particular directions or are closest to the directions. Now, it doesn't have to be corners, it can be like faces of the house. You will place a mirror that's charged, often with an elemental symbol on it, with elemental energy attached to it. And these offer spiritual protection, and the idea being that they will ricochet off any harmful energy that's aimed at the property or the people within it, essentially using the reflective qualities of mirrors for that reason. I mean, mirrors are used for whole different kinds of things, from connecting to the spirit realm and to the other world in many different forms, whether that's you want to go to Elflame or whether you want to work with Anun in the spiritual afterlife, like the spirit world. There's lots of different options there. Really cool. We'll have to do a full video on it. Yeah, I definitely need to do a full video on mirror magic. There's just too much to kind of put out there. Are aliens just good or bad spirits? See, this depends, right? Because it depends on what you mean by alien. See, when I think alien, I think not of here. So, like, especially when it comes to, like, planetary aliens, even an amoeba, an amoeba living on some far distant planet is an alien if it comes here, because on that planet it's native. It's native to that planet. If that amoeba somehow finds its way here, then it would be an alien. So for me, I don't consider alien in like the general sense to be spirits, but it does make you question whether the entities that people see. For instance, I have a bit of an obsession at the minute with Skinwalker Ranch in America. It makes you question whether what is being seen is actually spirits rather than aliens from another planet. Because I am not a strong believer of green or grey aliens. To me, an UFO type alien, like something from in space, would be more like an amoeba or like a silica-based bacteria, more likely than a fully fledged grey alien. But that's just me. But it does make you question, is it aliens? Is that what they're seeing? Or are they spirits? Because I have a whole conspiracy theory, right? Bigfoot was never a physical animal. It was always a spirit. It was always documented as a spirit until white people came along and then decided to document it as a physical animal. And I just got a whole bunch of different conspiracy theories. Maybe I should do a full video on, aliens and Bigfoot and, how it ties into witchcraft potentially. I love this kind of shit, but I never talk about it because people often don't like crossing the two things together, which is why I put it in the podcast instead, because that way I can get away with talking about it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. A male witch is a warlock. I mean, they aren't. A male witch is a witch. A witch is a witch. A witch is a gender-neutral term. Always has been. I mean, if you want to refer to yourself as a warlock and you feel comfortable using that term, then go for it. If you want to refer to yourself as a wizard and you feel comfortable using it, then go for it. If you want to refer to yourself as a mage and you feel comfortable using it, then go for it. But witch is a gender-neutral term. So, like, anyone can use the term witch if they want to. They don't have to use something else, but they can if they want to, you know. That's the thing. It's all about personal choice. If you want to use the word sorcerer, then go for it. As long as you feel comfortable, then that's really on you. It's not on me, you know? And that's the thing. I think some people really want to tell other people, like, what they should describe themselves as. But really, no one has the right to tell someone else how to describe themselves unless they want to accept that, you know? If you want to refer to yourself as a warlock, go for it. If you want to refer to yourself as a witch, go for that too. All is good with me as long as you're happy with it. Wow, I'm sorry, I'm still trying to figure out where I was. I'm completely lost in the stream. I'm somewhere in this section. I know it. I know it. I just can't figure out where. Where I was. I don't know. Do 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 do. I can't figure out where I was. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I will get it back, I promise. Would you make a video? Okay, we're just going for here. We're going for here because otherwise I'm never going to find it. Would you make a video about demons? I probably would. I know that I'm definitely going to do a video talking about how we can tell whether it's a demon haunting, because the haunting episode people seem to really like. And I definitely want to touch on demons when it comes to demonic hauntings in houses. They're not really that common, actually. But there's a few kind of key defining features that let you know whether it's a demonic haunting or not. So in that aspect, I'm definitely going to be talking about them. Whether I will do kind of full videos on demons, I'm not really that sure. Mainly because people have very strong opinions about demons, and I really don't have the mental capacity to be dealing with a whole bunch of people attacking each other in the comment section. You know, that takes a whole lot of willpower that I currently do not possess. So we'll have to see. Definitely when it comes to hauntings, I will be touching on demons in that aspect, because I've experienced a few demonic hauntings. I've been present at other locations that have asked for me to be there for demonic hauntings. So I'm definitely doing that aspect of it. Whether I'm going to do anything else, not entirely sure. We will have to see. Are you thinking of being a singer? Oh no. Only really badly along to tracks of music, and randomly throughout the day, because I cannot sit in silence is my problem, which is why any blank space during the stream I will just randomly hum, because it's all I can do. Have you watched season 2 of The Witcher yet? And wasn't it wonderful? I have seen it. I finished watching it last week. I preferred season 1, but I know that a lot of people didn't like season 1 because they didn't like the time skipping, which I understand. But I did really like season 2, and I'm really looking forward to season 3. And I've actually run out of things to watch now. I've run out of things. So I have to find another series that I can binge on. Have you worked with tree spirits before? I have. I actually spent a really long time working with tree spirits, which is why I really want to get back into working with trees again. It's been a very long time. So I have worked with tree spirits, not a whole bunch of different varieties of tree spirits. So like, I primarily would work with oak, apple, and willow. Oh, and birch, a lot. The other trees, not so much. So maybe I need to kind of branch out and... Oh, and elder. But besides that, I really need to branch out. Branch out. Tree spirits. And work with other types of tree spirits as well. Oh, I can't believe I missed that pun. I didn't even intend to make it, right? Can I break a spell I've done before? Yes. But how you do it is going to depend on how you did that spell. So for instance, if you have made a doll, or if you have made like a pouch with items in it, if you've made a jar or a bottle or a ball, like a witch's ball, you would essentially dismantle that, separating out all of the items, cleansing all of the items and disposing of them accordingly, or cleansing them and then reusing them as is appropriate. And essentially by dismantling the item, you are stopping any of that energy from going any further, and you are stopping that working. If you've done, say, a verbal spell, that's a little bit trickier, but we have to remember here, it's only going to run on for as long as the energy is present. So if you've done a working and its energy is released, there's not really much you can do about it other than just not adding any more energy into it. Oftentimes, once that energy is dissipated, it's just going to be done with. But generally, this is why people always recommend kind of a think twice, do once kind of approach. Always make sure that you are 100% certain on what you do, because especially verbal spells are much harder to break after the fact because that energy has already been released. It's really hard to reel it back in again. You usually just have to brace for the consequences and just deal with it after it hits. And then if you are finding that that has manifested in a situation outside of yourself or even within yourself, you can then counter do it with other workings to kind of undo the manifestation you've already done, to balance it all out again. That is obviously much trickier than just not doing that working in the first place, though obviously not all the time can we know that we're not going to want that working in, a few days or a few weeks. So I can understand why the question's been asked. It just depends on what type of working it is that you've done. What's your take on angel numbers? How do they work? Can you get the same number can you get the same numbers periodically over a long period of time? I'm not sure how I feel about them. I'm not sure if anyone can explain what angel numbers relation to angels is. Please let me know, because about 10 years ago, I never knew them being referred to as angel numbers. They were just called magic numbers. And I don't know if the angel association has been added on over time. I'm not sure. But when it comes to seeing numbers, it can be your subconscious trying to bring something to your attention, which is where numerology can be exceptionally useful. So if you are seeing the number 4 everywhere, and I mean everywhere, you've got no reason to see it, but you see it everywhere, it could be your subconscious bringing you to awareness so that they can give you that information in a way that is easy for it to do. Now, sometimes, I will say especially with things like 1111, people almost program themselves to see it. Now, 1111 is probably one of the most common to see because it's about that time during the day when you're thinking, oh, I wonder if lunch is here yet. And you look at the clock and you go, oh, it's 11:11. And then you do the same thing every day for a week. And it's not necessarily because 11:11 is anything significant. It might just be because you're hungry. Just like how 11:11 is often seen at night. But then it's also about the time when people start thinking of going to bed. So you'll often look at a clock at around 11:11 and see that it's 11:11. So I think when it comes to it, it's just important to acknowledge that there might be some mundane aspect in there as well. Still look up the angel number, still look up the magical number, see what the significance is. But just be aware that sometimes there might be just a mundane reason why you're seeing it more often than others. Say, for instance, if it's the date or it's the month. You might be seeing it more because of that. Just pay attention to those kind of things as well. What is the Mabinogi? The Mabinogi is a book of Welsh mythology. It's one of the most well-known books of Welsh mythology that has a whole bunch of different stories in it that are just absolutely wonderful, that cover a whole bunch of different Welsh mythologies and different deities. My butt is numb. I need to get a new chair for this room because this hurts. This hurts. Do you think us mortals cannot be deceived by the spirits? Oh, I mean, no. I've met lots of people who've been deceived by spirits. Generally speaking, no one get insulted by this because I'm not targeting any particular person, but generally speaking, humans are incredibly gullible. We are so ridiculously gullible because we like to think that we are the smartest beings in the entire universe. And this is just a collective thing that humans do. We just seem to think that we are smarter than everything, and we really aren't. We just really aren't. And I've met so many people who've been fooled by spirits, so spirits can definitely trick you. And often, people are too quick to believe spirits. They have this belief that spirits cannot lie to you, but they can. Not all spirits can lie, but most definitely can, and they probably will. Oh, Jesus. My phone just scared the living daylights out of me. The vibration on my phone is broken, so it makes the most god-awful noise when it goes off. Scared the crap out of me. Okay, moving on. Someone said that you shouldn't use protection magic like casting circles or protection spells unless there's already a threat, because otherwise being paranoid will manifest thoughts. Okay, this might be a really, really crude approach, and I apologize for any minor in the chat. I'm really sorry, but you need to learn about this. That's the equivalent of saying, why use protection when the pill, like the morning after pill, exists? It just seems like such a foolish approach, because your protections after the fact are not going to get rid of what's already there. Like, there's still a chance that protection that you're doing isn't going to stop what's already attacking you. It's much better to be preemptive than it is to panic after the fact. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's about being paranoid. It's about being cautious. And those are two very different things. Like, I think it's one thing if you say, put up like 1,000 different protections and, you know, you've never done any other working other than protection workings, and you're just putting up protection working after protection working after protection working. But I think to say you shouldn't do any kind of protection workings until there's a threat is kind of silly in a way, because it just opens yourself up to problems. If you put the protection up, then that attack is not going to hit you in the first place, or that energy is not going to reach you. But if you don't put a protection up at all, then you have to go through that entire process of cleansing and in some cases banishing and removing and then putting protections up. Honestly, you just add like a whole bunch of trouble to your roster versus just putting up protections beforehand. And I hope that wasn't too crude for anyone. I mean, I can't think that I hope it wouldn't be too crude, but do you know what I mean? Like, protections rather than panic after just seems like the best approach. Just seems like the best approach. It's glitching really bad again. I'm really sorry if it's glitching for anyone. It's glitching really bad on my end, so hopefully it's not doing that. What's your PO box for? My PO box is a return address for the business, and it's also used for anyone who wants to send letters or anything. I get a lot of letters off different people. So that's what the PO box is for. Business and also letters and such off people who choose, if they want to send them to me via YouTube. I am going to have to sit on a cushion. I have lost all circulation in my left leg. Oh, it's such a tiny cushion that this cushion is not human-sized. Okay. Oh, I feel like a giant now. I could take on the world. Right. You mentioned sensing energy a lot. I have a full video on the subject with an entire exercise to practice with. But can you give us some practical exercises? Yeah. At the minute, don't have anything else on the subject because that is how I sense energy, and it's the only way I know how to sense energy. So I can't really talk about sensing energy in a way that I don't know how to do. So for me, that one video is going to be the one that I have, because it's just easier than, I don't have another technique for sensing energy, because that's just the one that I use. Right, I'm going to try and find where I was again. I could be anywhere. Okay, I think I was about here. Wait, was I about here? Right. Here we go. I think I was here. I always feel myself drawn to the ocean, but I live in a mountainous area. Can I still incorporate the energy from the ocean through meditation and possibly calling its energy with other ways? Yes and no. Now, I used to be a sea witch practitioner. That was what I did. And when I moved away from the sea, I still continued some of those practices by using items that represented the ocean and the area that I was working with. So I had sand, I had seawater, I had shells, I had the things from the area that I was working with to allow me to still connect with it, which it was exceptionally useful. It's much harder to work sea witchcraft if you don't have any item that connects you to it. So if you can work with meditations and visualizations, then fantastic. If you can get hold of some items from the ocean as well that you have collected yourself ideally, then that would be even better. So you can, but obviously the less time you spend around the ocean, the less physical connection you have to a place, the more difficult it's going to be. That doesn't mean it's impossible, but it does mean that it's a little bit more difficult to do it that way. I've discovered I can't drink water like a normal person, and it's really embarrassing to do it on the street. I can't just like gulp water. I have to entirely fill my mouth with water. It's really embarrassing. Where was I? What do you think about soul alignment and activating witch fire? Do you practice this? I'll be honest, I have never heard of witch fire. If you can fill me in on what that is, I'd love to learn more about it. I have never heard of activating witch fire before. I'm guessing it's maybe a specific tradition like violet flame. I don't know, but yes. I've wondered, do you have specific things you do to get attuned to a new tarot or oracle deck, or do you just go for it and learn by doing? I just learn by doing. I recently got a few new decks. This is 2 of them. There's a little tiny deck in here as well as a big one, and I literally just learn by doing. I get a deck, and I will usually always rifle through it. So I'll use this one as an example. I rifle through them, and I always look at all the cards to start off with. So I'll have a look at them, and I'll get a feel for the kind of artwork, because different artists, they kind of draw me in different ways. So I'll look at like the colors of every card and like what it symbolizes, and I'll typically go through and I'll try to figure out what the card means beforehand. So this, for reference, is the herbiary. I can't say it. I think it's the herbiary. It's this deck, the herbiary collectible deck. It's this one. And so I will go through and I will say, look at a card like this one, and I'll try to figure out what it means, what the illustration means behind it. And then I'll go into the book and I'll have a look for further information. And I try to essentially kind of tap in to my kind of intuition before I even read the book, before I read the cards. I'll always look at them, and I'll like this one. This is Rosemary. This one's so pretty. And I'll always like check out the cards, see if I can get a feel for them first. And then I will do a very simple 3-card reading. Usually that's the reading I always go to, is a 3-card reading. And I'll always try to start intuitively before I go to the book. I just find that makes it just way easier for me to get started and really get a feel for a deck. I think if I start just by reading the book, I tend to then rely on the book, and I don't like doing that. So I will typically always start intuitively and then go for the book afterwards to kind of fill in the missing blanks. I got hiccups again. Change the shelf behind you, I see. Is it a Ouija board? It is. This one's a planchette, the thing that goes around the Ouija board. I do still need to fill it with crystals. I have a whole bunch of things I'm planning on putting on it, as long as it doesn't fall off the wall before then. But so far it hasn't. So fingers crossed that it won't. I hope anyway. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, someone wrote, I agree, I hate eating and everything related to it. It takes so much time that I would rather be spending doing something I love. This, 100%. I feel this way with eating. I feel this way with sleeping. My entire life, I hate sleeping. It's just such a waste of time. I could be spending those 6 to 8 hours reading or exercising or playing games. I could be interacting with myself, like talking to myself. That's what I do 9 times out of 10 anyway. Like, sleeping is such a waste of my time. And I've always felt this way. Even when I was a kid, my mum has told me that I could not sleep when I was a kid. Like, I refused to sleep. Because, like, why would I sleep? It's so boring. I mean, the dreams are kind of interesting, but I can't help but feel like there's something more useful that I could be doing with my time. Like, I know sleep is a requirement for life, but why? Just why? Rhetorical question. I'm aware why sleep is necessary. It's more of like I could be doing so many more interesting things. What is a spell you recommend to people new to witchcraft? No spell at all. Now, it entirely depends on how new you are to witchcraft. You know, if we're talking like new, like you decided yesterday that you want to start practicing witchcraft, then I would say no spell. It's much better to have a good foundation of knowledge that you can work on so that when you do start doing spell work, you aren't getting disheartened if it doesn't work. And by building up a foundation of knowledge, it allows you to have more successful workings in the long run that is going to develop your practice in a much more well-rounded way. If we're talking like new, been researching a lot, understand the foundations of it, understand the basic principles, that kind of new, then I would typically start with something like protections, because you're targeting usually yourself or your surroundings, so it's much easier to manifest successfully. You aren't trying to change the course of a particular action, so it's much easier to manifest, and it's something that is going to stand you in good stead in the long run because it's great for building up your safety within your own space so that you can then do workings in a safe, comfortable environment. Now, the type of spell that you do within protection is going to very much depend on you, your tradition, your practice, everything else, the kind of things that you want to do. So take a look at kind of different options out there for different protection workings, or you can go rogue and do whatever the hell you want. That's entirely up to you. But for me, I would typically say if you're brand new, like if you're new, don't do spells until you've kind of developed that underlying understanding of magical practice, because it's just much easier to build on once you have those foundations. Do you have any book recommendations for ancestor work? Yes, it is called... Where did I put it? It's called... there it is. It's called Honouring Your Ancestors. I haven't finished it yet, but so far, I really, really like it. So that's the one that I really like on the subject. I haven't really found many others on the subject, but that one I really like. And I'm pointing to it as though you can see it. But it's behind the chat rules, so you can't see it anyway. I am finding my people in this chat here. Mercedes, you understand me so well. I'm also am adverse to the necessary trappings of human life: showers, eating, sleeping. they've always felt like chores to be ignored. Exactly, I'm finding my people. Because I've never known anyone else experience this, ever. Do you have spirits living in your house? Can you talk a little bit about them? So I do have spirits in my house. Some of them come and go. Some will just pass through. Now that's quite an unusual one because I do have protections up, but if they really want to get my attention, they can get through. So there's one spirit in particular that is pretty much always here. And he's a man. Can't really tell you much about what he looks like other than he's quite big. Probably about 6 foot-ish. And he's an older gentleman, probably between 45 and 65, something like that. And I don't know why he's here. He's never really made any interest in kind of interacting more than just being here. Though I suspect he was probably a previous resident because this house is, 1850? So you're looking at 150, 160 years old, something like that. I believe he was a previous resident. It's the only thing that makes sense to me that he would have to have lived here for a long time. And he's present mainly on the ground floor and the basement. He likes the basement, he likes this area, and he just kind of wanders around. He doesn't really interact with anything very much, though he has been known to slam a few cupboards and open a few doors. I've come downstairs a few times to find the basement door open, and if that isn't the most unnerving thing ever, I don't know what it is. Because I hate the basement. It's horrible down there. Not because it's got like a horrible feeling, but because it's cold and it's damp and the ceilings are dead low and it's not very nice down there. And then I have one spirit upstairs. And I believe she's a young girl. She's appearing to me as a young girl. Long dark hair, like longer than mine. Mine comes down to like my waist. Hers is longer, long dark hair. And she stands by the window quite a lot, which is really unnerving. And she's been known to sit on the other side of the bed. So you'll just be lying there and you can feel the bed sink as she sits down. She's not heavy. She's not like heavy, but like you can tell that something sat there. And then the other night, I was lying in bed and I could not sleep for the life of me. I'm lying there and then all of a sudden I hear her laugh right in front of my face and it scared the shit out of me. It scared the living daylights out of me. And I believe she also likes playing with the workshop door. So my workshop door is really creaky. It's like classic horror movie door, proper creaking. And I was lying in bed last night and I can hear the door creaking back and forth. But there's no breeze, there's no one else in the house. It never creaks by itself, except when someone's moving it. So she is upstairs, he is downstairs. And then I have like passing spirits coming through. But they're the two that I feel the most. And they're the two that I can see the most. Now it's not like how do I describe it? It's more like a psychic see, not a physical see. Though I have seen a cat, I physically have seen a cat downstairs, and that's because I befriended the cat who lived outside. He belongs to one of my neighbours. Well, he did. And I think he passed away, and now he runs up and down my kitchen. He really likes running up and down my kitchen, so I see him quite a lot as well. That was a whole lot of information, but yeah, those are the ones that I see the most here. There's a few that come and go depending on kind of what they need me to know. So there's been one that got my attention when someone was needing help, and that really threw me off because that was a spirit I've never seen or interacted with before, and they were just in my kitchen. But besides that, those are it. As those 3 spirits is just not that much. But those are the 2 main ones that I see a lot, with a few passing ones. The gentleman's pretty chill. He's alright. The little girl, she really likes scaring me, but it's not like a vindictive scaring. She's not like trying to scare me for the purpose of like scaring me. I think it's kind of a little bit of a game. Like she never does it to the point where like I'm terrified, but like every night
once I turn the light off, you can hear her tapping on the bedroom door, like she's knocking on the bedroom door. And at first I thought it was just my imagination, but now it happens every night, besides like a few she misses. She will do it like every night, and there's no reason for it. And she doesn't just do it when I'm alone, she does it when other people are around as well. So I think it's more she just wants attention. And you can't really blame her. I mean, she's up there alone, because I'm never upstairs, really. Especially now that the office and the workshop's being renovated. So, with that all being said, I am going to scroll back up, and I think I was about here. Yeah, I was here. Hopefully this isn't going to... Ah, there we go. I found the question already. Fantastic. How long does moon water remain safe in safely stored jars? That really depends on what it is you're using it for. If you're planning on drinking it, usually it's 3 days in a refrigerator. If you're just planning on using it in spellwork and rituals, if it's in a refrigerator, it's going to last much longer than if it's just on the side. I would say use it within a few months if it's on the side, and maybe like 6 months if it's in the fridge. But that's really going to depend on the type of water already. If you're using something like rainwater or spring water or like seawater, it's going to be less. Please don't drink seawater. It's going to be less than, say, boiled water or distilled water, but just, it's going to vary. Typically, though, I'd say 3 days in the fridge if you're trying to drink it, 3 months if it's out on the side, 6 months if it's in a fridge. But then you might want to use really old water for a particular type of working, so it could be worth keeping some around just in case anyway. You have a fey or small spirit on the top of your bookshelf. When I see it, it makes me dizzy. It's not bad, just curious. Oh, they kind of bounce around. Honestly, I see them almost every day, just around. So it never really surprises me. I think if you said that to someone else, they might go, oh my god, what? But I have so many spirits bouncing around that they just kind of are just part of the space. Unless they really want to get my attention, I tend to just leave them be, because they just mind, they're just minding their own business, doing their own thing. Are there any authors you would generally not recommend? Yes, there are. Am I going to tell you about them in detail? No, because I don't want to get sued, because a lot of authors are very trigger happy on lawsuits. And what are your thoughts on the Llewellyn Magical Almanacs? I really like them. I have the... Oh goodness, I'm trying to remember which ones I've got. I think I've got 2014, 2015, 2016, 2018, maybe. I really like them. I think they're full of really good information. Now, Llewellyn is often a little bit Wicca heavy, so just take that into mind if you are interested in any of the almanacs, but I really like them. I was collecting them for a few years. They're not obviously my go-to source of income. Sorry, I just heard a door creak. They're not my go-to income source of information was what I was trying to say. But I kind of like them to kind of fill in the blanks. They have a lot of little tidbits of information that can be really useful. What are your favourite types of readings to do with runes? So if we're talking about like spreads, I will always do 3 runes. Always. It's the way I always do it. 3 is a number... Oh, my ass is so numb. 3 is the number that I use for all of my readings, basically. So with tarot, with Ogham, with runes, I will always just do 3 runes. Sometimes I will do past, present, future of a situation. That's the spread that I started using the most. But sometimes I'll just do 3 runes that just represent the situation. And I'll do the same reading with Ogham, and I'll do the same reading with tarot and oracle. I just use the same spread for everything. I know that some people like using like dozens of different spreads. My brain cannot cope with that much information. So I just stick to like the 3 spreads, like the 3 items, and that's my reading done. Oh, hiccups. Okay. Feel free to not answer if it's too much. Do you have any information on using moon blood? uterus blood. There we go. Because YouTube will like gut me if I say it. Any book recommendations on this type of magic and such? There is it called The Red Moon? I was going to buy it and I didn't buy it, and I should have bought it because now I can't remember what it's called. It's quite an old book. It's from like the 70s, 80s, I think. I think it's called Red Moon, and it's got a red moon on the front. That is all about that style of magical practice. Now, I don't practice this style of magic particularly much because I don't really live in a space where I can. However, I did have a lovely group of women come up to me who were all in a coven a few years ago, and they told me a fantastic thing that they always do. Now, if you're queasy, maybe just mute your ears for a few seconds, but they will mix their moon blood with moon water, and they'll use it around their property for protection. There's a protection circle, and they renew it every month. So that's something that I know a lot of people do. Obviously, not everyone's going to feel comfortable with it, but that's something that a lot of people do in different ways. Different people will use different types of waters and such. But it's a really interesting subject, and I'm going to have to get some books on the subject. I just haven't really got around to it because I already have a stack that I really need to work my way through. Have you heard about Mothman? Opinions? I have heard a lot about Mothman. I really like the Mothman story. I am just not convinced by it. And I say this because humans have a tendency to blame horrible, tragic accidents on spirits, on cryptids. And the same happened with Mothman. A bridge collapsed, they blamed Mothman, they said it was Mothman's fault, when really that bridge probably collapsed because it was damaged, because something hit it, because something happened. And also, it was based, I think the original story was based on a collection of teenagers having a sighting, and then from that point on, loads of other people suddenly started having sightings. And my first gut instinct with that is that as soon as other people were made aware of this creature, it then influences what people see. Something completely natural might then be mistaken for Mothman. This is my problem. I have a very analytical approach to everything, which isn't always that fun. But I love the Mothman stories, and I love a good story. So for me, I love Mothman, like I love Loch Ness and Bigfoot and all of these things. I would absolutely love an aliens and Bigfoot video. I might end up doing it. I'm gonna have to figure out how to even put that into a video. But I just love conspiracy theories. I think they're just so fun, especially not even conspiracy theories, but I love cryptids. And my favorite TV channel, if you live in England, watch Blaze TV. Is it cringy? Yes. Is it sometimes really cliche? Yes. Is it tremendously fun? Yes. Will you make more specific Fae-related videos? That would be great. Yes, 100%. I've been trying to make the fairy magic book video for a year and a half. The problem is I've lost the notepad with all of my notes on all of the books. So I might have to reread all of the books again to be able to do it. So I'm still trying to dig out that notebook. And then I'm also planning on doing a video on Fae hauntings. So how you can tell if a haunting is actually caused by Fae interaction rather than human spirits. That's another one that I am going to be doing. Can you use a wand in place of a planchette on a spirit board? Technically, but I wouldn't. So as a replacement for a planchette, you can just use a glass. Because that way you can lay your fingers lightly on the edge of the glass. If you're using a wand, it's really difficult for it to move freely and lightly across the board, which is really what you need. So if you don't have a planchette, I would just use a glass, just a clear, short, stocky glass. Some people use shot glasses. Some people just use water glasses and use it that way because it just allows more gentle interaction with it, because you don't really want to have to be holding an item really strongly, because then you're more likely to influence it versus just using light touches. Do you consider demons your shadow self? No. I've had enough interactions with demons outside of people that I would very much consider them not shadow selves. They're very self-contained spirits in their own rights, separate from other people. I suppose some people would call their shadow self their inner demons, but I would keep that very separate from actual demon spirits, because they're beings that exist outside of humanity, and they always have. I mean, they might interact with us, but they aren't a part of us. You should watch Arcane on Netflix. That is one that I've been recommended a lot of times, and I think I probably will. Plus, I keep getting recommended. Spotify keeps putting the music from Arcane in my playlist, like in my weekly playlist, and it's so good that I'm going to have to watch it, I think. What are your thoughts on keeping 3 or more spells at once on one altar? I have ADHD and it happens very often that I do many spells at once after not doing any magic for a few weeks. I would say that it's fine as long as the energies aren't contradicting each other. If you're finding that you are doing polar opposite workings and then putting them next to one another, any lingering energy, especially if it's things like bags or dolls or bottles, any lingering energies are going to interact with one another, and you might find that the workings will alter as they're sitting next to something that directly counteracts it. So I'd say just place things accordingly to try to keep opposite countering workings away from each other, just to limit their interactions. I'm writing a fantasy book with kind of a realistic magical system. What would you like to see in these kind of books as an experienced witch? Brutal honesty, right? I honestly am not fussed if a book has a realistic magic system, and I think in the long run we might find that these can lead to beginners getting confused by fantasy and reality. I mean, we see it with movies like The Craft. They brought in actual Wiccan witchcraft practitioners, and so people began to believe that the movie The Craft was real and that the magic in The Craft was real because the rituals were real. So like for me, I typically stick to having a strong distinction between fiction and reality, just because it makes it easier, especially for people who struggle to differentiate the difference between the two, to be able to separate the two. But that's obviously just me. I mean, I know a lot of people who love seeing realistic witchcraft in books. For me, I just get the brunt of it because I'm on social media, so I get all the questions and the people sending me DMs and the people sending me comments asking me about this book and which book can they learn from, and they're sending me like a whole bunch of fiction novels, and it's like, these are not education manuals, these are fiction books. So for me, I'm not really fussed if it's present or not, but I know a lot of people do really like it. I don't know. It's one of them. I think a lot of people are going to think different things about it. What happened to your pentagram on the wall behind you? It was nice. Oh, it's sitting about 2 feet in front of me. It's going in the workshop. So this, the batteries are already fading on it. But this I really wanted in here. The pentagram is going in the office. So I'm planning on having a secondary filming space in the workshop office that I think I might use for the podcast, just to kind of bring some like distinction between the two, because the podcast is filmed in the same place as I'm sitting right now, which is kind of difficult to separate the two. So that is going to go upstairs with the rest of my artwork, which is like stacked up under a table next to me. That's going to go on the walls in the workshop so I can film up there as well. So don't worry, it won't be the last time you've seen it. Any kind of spell related videos are going to be done upstairs, so you'll see it then. Probably, anyway. What are your thoughts on growing Wow, I got all of those words the wrong way around. What are your thoughts on growing poisonous plants as protective house spirits? Something like potted bittersweet. Oh, that sounds like a really good idea, actually. I love it when people use plant spirits in their day-to-day lives. I think it's just really great. I mean, people grow rosemary by their front door, or, lavender. And it's the same with poisonous plants. I mean, they can be great protective guardians. So I think that sounds really cool. Ooh. hiccups. What is the proper way to dispose of little leftovers from things like ashes from incense that fall onto your altar, or the little sticks left behind when it's done burning, wax drippings, etc.? Well, if it's wax drippings, I typically cleanse and then dispose of. If it's something like incense ash, I will add it into black salt. The little sticks, I just put in the bin. It's just easier. Or in some cases, if they aren't dyed, you can recycle, like compost them. But if they are dyed, then that might not be best because you don't really know what dye they've used on them. Do you ship to the US? No, we don't. We ship to the UK and most of Europe. Not all of it. We're having no troubles at the minute, so if you are wanting to get the February mystery box that's currently live on the website, if you are in like a European country, we are having problems at the minute with customs just not releasing the product. So there are a few of you who still haven't got your December boxes, and unfortunately there's nothing we can do about that. Customs is just holding the boxes, and we can't get them to release the boxes because it's out of our domain. We're just now waiting. So it's really difficult to ship internationally at the minute because like customs in Europe just isn't letting go of parcels. It just isn't releasing them into the country, which is really, really difficult, which is why we aren't shipping to America. Plus, America is difficult to ship to, as it is. Insurance costs a fortune to ship to America because there's a lot of suing happening over there. And this is not an individual thing, this is just a collective thing. That's why insurance costs so much to ship to America. So we can't afford to do that at the minute, unfortunately. What's your opinion on armchair magicians? I don't really care. Here's my thing, right? People like to hurl abuse at people online. Oh, you're an armchair magician. Oh, you're not a real practicer. And as far as I'm concerned, why do you care? Not like you individually. I mean, like, why would I care what someone else chooses to do in their magical practice? I barely have the time to do my own shit. The thing is people often like to say that armchair magicians are wasting their time, this, that, and the like. But the reality is that sometimes people are armchair magicians because they have to be. You know, they have chronic conditions, they have mental health problems, they are a primary carer, they have lots of children, they have just one child. One child is enough work. They have to do a full-time job or 2 jobs or 3 jobs, or they have to work nights. Like, there's lots of reasons why someone might choose to be an armchair magician, either in the short term or in the long term. My problem with people who... A lot of people on social media are currently really bashing people who are like this, but that just opens up the question to me of, why do you care? Like, the people on social media who are like actively bashing people who are armchair magicians, it's like, how much spare time do you have to be bashing people you don't know on a magical practice you don't know, in their lives that you don't know? Do you know what I mean? Like, all is fair to me. Like, I don't care what you do. Practice every day, practice never. Whatever you fancy. If you just want to learn about it, that's fine too. It's a really fascinating subject. I think anyone here can agree that it's a really cool subject to learn about, even if you don't end up like actively practicing it. I'm curious your thoughts on feng shui. It is feng shui, right? I always say it wrong. And if you use any of this practice or other interior design magics. Because I'm not a part of the tradition, I do not use feng shui. I don't know really anything about it. And not really. I put things where I fancy putting them. And if it doesn't look right, then I move it. I have a really basic approach to things. I don't really use any interior design magic at all, besides the fact that a lot of my bits and pieces are kind of arcane related, you know, they're a bit occult. Other than that, don't really use anything to choose where I put things or where I place things. I just go with kind of what feels right, and if it doesn't feel right and it doesn't look right, then I move it. Can you lucid dream? I can. I don't always, because sometimes I just want to sleep. Like, if I do sleep, I just want to sleep sometimes, but I can do it. Do you know people who veil? I don't know anyone personally who chooses to veil, I don't think. No, I don't think I know anyone personally who chooses to. Sorry, I'm thinking. I'm just making sure. No, not on a permanent basis. I know people who choose to veil for specific religious events, but not like a day-to-day occurrence. Not that it would really matter either which way, honestly. If someone wants to veil, then they can veil. If you haven't noticed at this point, I'm kind of... If it's outside of me, then it's not really any of my business. You know? Like, I can't really tell someone what they should and shouldn't do because it doesn't matter to me. It's not on me. Do you use wands? I do, just not very often. Mainly because I don't do large rituals. If I do a large ritual, more ceremony, then I will use wands. But otherwise, I don't really bother, mainly because I like using my hands more than anything. I like getting my hands dirty, and so I will often just use my hands instead of using wands, or I will use my athame instead. I will often use that. What can I do for the house spirits once I move in a new house? So are we talking about the house spirits in your current house or house spirits in your new house? Let me know. Two very different things and ways to go about it. Question about baneful magic. Does it take away from your soul once you perform any black spells? I have so many problems with this statement. I'm never going to refer to it as white magic and black magic. I just don't feel comfortable ever doing that. And this is my question. Do you believe in a soul? Do I believe in a soul? Does random stranger number 2 believe in a soul? The thing is when it comes to it, it's all about religious belief. Some people don't believe that people have souls. And if you don't believe that people have souls, why would you believe that a part of it is taken away? And also, it's important to note here that traditionally, historically, witchcraft was never positive. Magical practice was never purely one thing. Magical practice was used for both positive things and negative things. It was never used for just positive things. There's very few historical documentation of magical practice being used solely by a person to do positive things. So for me, I don't believe that it takes anything away from a soul. I don't believe that a soul can be chipped away at. But it's important to remember here that this is my personal belief. This is a subject that's entirely based on belief. There's no singular answer to it. So for you, you might believe in a soul. For me, I don't really believe in a soul in the way that, say, a Christian might believe in a soul. So it's a very difficult question to answer because for me, I see witchcraft from a folkloric perspective. And especially in England, there's very few documented accounts of witchcraft being used solely, or even magical practice being used solely for a positive thing. Usually it was used for both. And so for me, I don't see that there's anything wrong with doing both, because you can do both in your day-to-day lives. Every action that we take has the potential of both helping and hurting. So in which case it then expands the question out even further, where does every bad decision you ever make in your entire life chip away at your soul? And then that opens a whole other kettle of fish, and you're like, it's this whole concept that's very difficult to bottle down. So it's a question that everyone's going to have a different answer to. For me, I don't believe it does, but then I don't believe in the soul the way that someone else might believe in a soul. Do you think that wearing elf ears is offensive to elves? I mean, probably not. A lot of elves don't even have pointy ears. Thing is when it comes to things like elf ears and like depictions of fairies, like Tinkerbell, you know, they aren't based on reality. They're usually based on a fictional, perceived view on the fae. And I mean, there's lots of elves that don't have pointy ears. There are other fae that do have pointy ears that aren't elves. And some elves that do have pointy ears. So, like, I think it's going to depend on the individual. But our depiction of fae is kind of very different from what they're actually like. So I don't really think they would care all that much unless you purposefully provoked them by, like, mocking them directly. I don't think wearing elf ears is going to piss any individual off unless they are particularly interested in you, because they got their own stuff going on, you know? They got their own shit to do. Can you use a ruby in spells? I mean, you can use any stone in spells if you fancy it. Oh, we're going back to High School Musical again. Okay. I think it's High School Musical anyway. I think it is. What is your opinion about the practice labelled as spirit keeping or spirit companionships? Now, I've never really heard the practice of spirit keeping, but I'm assuming it would be the keeping of spirits. I would hope with the word companionship in there, I would hope that it would be by choice on both parties. I've spoken about this in previous live streams. I do not condone purposeful spirit trapping of innocent spirits that have done nothing wrong. And sadly, there is an entire market for this, of people trapping innocent spirits that are just minding their own business and locking them inside objects to then sell for profit. And I don't agree with that at all. Now, spirit trapping has its uses, particularly when you are dealing with a very, very malicious spirit, one that cannot be dealt with in any other way. Then a spirit trapping, I suppose, is appropriate. Now, having a spirit purposefully choose to be in an object or to be around you and to be in kind of a friendship with you, that's its own completely different thing that is going to depend on the two spirits involved and whether they, or not two spirits, but the person and the spirit involved and whether they want to interact with each other. So I don't really have any strong opinions on it, as long as, you know, they're doing it and they agree collectively to do it. I don't really like it when people literally kidnap spirits and stick them in objects and sell them. That's mean. That's just straight up mean. What's your lucky number? I mean, I use the number 3 a lot. I wouldn't say I have a particularly lucky number though. I wouldn't consider it a lucky number. I just consider it a number that I use a lot of. Do you think that fae are everywhere or only in specific countries or environments? Everywhere. Everywhere, 100% everywhere. If you look at the mythology of the majority of areas around the world, you will see similar spirits being described time and time and time again. Now, it's important to remember here that the word fairy, that's primarily seen in Europe. That doesn't mean that the spirits are only seen in the British Isles or in Western Europe. That just means that the term is used primarily in this area. There are many different names around the world for the same kind of spirits. House spirits are seen in almost every single culture around the world, but they're given different names, but they all have really similar traits. So it's important to remember here that the name fairy, fair folk, little people, good neighbours, these are all very British, Western European names that were used. But similar beings are found all around the world with different names because they live in a slightly different plane of existence. So for me, it's not so much that I've seen people say that they only live in England. Fairies only live in England. I'm like, no, they don't. They definitely don't. It's just that the name fairy or fair folk is primarily used in this region. And you'll see it time and time again. Spirits, similar spirits will be found almost everywhere. Banshees. Banshees are primarily found in British folklore under the name Banshee. So they're found in British folklore and they're found in American folklore now, since people went over to America. But around the world, you will see similar spirits that are said to be harbingers of death after hearing a scream or a cry, found all around the world. But they're called different things by different cultures and different peoples with different languages and different traditions. So it's really interesting to actually look at the folklore from around the world, because you really start seeing similar spirits present just under different types of names and different categories. It's so interesting. Has anyone else read the article that the Loch Ness Monster is most probably a whale genitalia instead? I have never seen that article. I mean, I was sure, hadn't they proven that the surgeon photo was actually, the one that started it all, was actually a miniature, like it was a deathbed confession that it was actually a miniature model, and the way the photograph was taken, it was actually shown that it was taken much closer with no frame of reference. So when you look at the photo, it looks like it's a really big creature really far away, when actually it's a little tiny model that was taken just a few feet away from the shore, like looking down at the water, so it makes it look way bigger. I've never known of anything about whale genitalia. I'm going to have to look that up, because I really want to find that article and see what they have to say. Wait, if demons are separate from us, how are they a part of us? Okay, right, it's really important to remember here. So inner demon is just a term that people use to describe the bad parts of themselves. You know, if they eat, a cake at 2 a.m, they go, oh, my inner demon's got to me. But demons are spirits, separate. What we refer to our inner turmoil is separate from spirits. So these demonic spirits are spirits in their own right. It's a separate entity to what we refer to as our inner demons. It's related in terminology, but it's not the same thing. It's just a term that we use to describe us. Like people say the devil on your shoulder when, you're being convinced to do something bad. It's called the devil on your shoulder. It doesn't mean that it's actually the devil sitting on your shoulder. It's just a turn of phrase that's used to describe a particular psychological effect. Same applies in this. It's not like actual demons are making you do bad things. It's that your inner demon is just a name that's used to describe these psychological thoughts. Did you find you became more sensitive when you became a witch? That's what happened to me when I started working with deities and demons. For me, it was actually the other way round. I was I was sensitive to things forever. So like people often ask if I'm scared when I see spirits, but the answer is always no, because I've never known a time when I haven't. And so I was always sensitive to these things, which is why I went and found material to try to explain that in a way. And when I found the library book, it was like, this makes so much sense now. Is it true that using cinnamon in spellwork can help speed up manifestations? I have never found that personally. But then it's important to remember that correspondences are going to be different for everyone. So for someone else, cinnamon might work really well for that. For me, if I were to add something into spells to manifest it, it would be coffee, because it's a stimulant. So I would use coffee to speed up workings rather than cinnamon. Cinnamon to me is irritating. I don't like cinnamon. To me, it irritates. It's itchy. It's ugh. I don't like cinnamon. So for me, if I add cinnamon into a working, it's usually to cause an irritating effect, because cinnamon is really irritating. But if I want to speed something up, I will use coffee. But that's because those are my associations with those two items. And so that's what I personally use them for. I would say give it a go, see if it works for you. If it does, then continue using it. But if it doesn't, then try something else. The blanket behind me is from Killstar. Don't know what it's called, but it's still available on their website. Because everyone asks, every video I get a comment about it. It's from Killstar. I really should just link it in the description box. Maybe that's the way I should go. Can I cleanse a tarot deck with simply placing a selenite tarot on it? Yes, if it isn't too irritated. By that I mean, if there isn't something that you really need to deep cleanse out of the cards, then selenite's really good. I like using selenite for that exact reason. But if there's something more that you need to get rid of, you're probably going to need something more. The artwork behind you is gorgeous. Can I ask where you got them from? So I'm gonna have to do a room, like an art tour, I think, in here, because I have kind of it dotted around. This one is from Redbubble. This one, I can't remember the artist. I'm gonna have to try and find that. This one is a depiction of Old Horny. That sounds really awkward to say online. This is Old Horny. He is a statue found in the Newcastle Witchcraft Museum, and I think it's now their 70th anniversary, and this is their 70th anniversary limited edition print. It's on the Witchcraft Museum website. You can get it in black and white, or you can get it in gold and black. That's the one I got. I splurged. It wasn't cheap, but I really, really wanted it because it matched the rest of the room. Have you seen the Harry Potter reunion? No, because I neither have HBO or Sky, so I can't watch it. Oh, I was talking about new spirits. No, I was talking about the spirits that already live in the new house I'll be moving into. Like, I'd like to know if there is something I can do to start our cohabitation on a good note. I would say introduce yourself. It sounds like a really odd thing to do, to walk into an empty house and go, hello. But generally speaking, I find that spirits will take to you much easier if you give them the respect of, like, introducing yourself like you would a new friend. You know, it would be weird to just walk up to a stranger on the street and just start talking to them. You know, you start by introducing yourself, like, you know, hi. I always find that's a good start, and then leaving them something as an offering to say, like, I would like to have a good relationship with you. Now, depending on what the spirits are, you might want to go with alcohol and something sugary and sweet, depending on whether you're interacting with, like, fae, land spirits, or, like, spirits of people who've passed over. But I'd say a good alcohol offering is generally respected. Something really strong, like whiskey, is often good. I like using mead, but that's because I have a lot of it lying around. That sounds really bad, but it's just because I don't drink it that much and I have the bottles. So yeah. That's typically the way I would go, starting off, is just kind of a good introduction and a bit of booze. And they'll love you, as long as they don't, you know, dislike people. In which case, I don't think there's much you could do. They're probably going to hate you anyway. What places have witchcraft shops in the UK? Lots of places. It really depends. I mean, Glastonbury is known for having a lot, but almost every big city will have its own witchcraft shop somewhere. So Boscastle, Edinburgh, though be prepared in Edinburgh because it's where Harry Potter was written, I believe. There's a lot of Harry Potter themed witchcraft shops. London, there used to be a few in Camden. I don't know if there's still them in Camden anymore. I don't know. Basically, any big city will have a witchcraft shop. It's just worth checking online first, just to make sure that you know where it is and that you can find it. Oh no, it's gonna jump. I'm trying to figure out where I was. I can't find it. Oh no. I think I was I about here? Wait, I've lost who okay, I think I was about here. Is it normal to pay a price or receive backlash in return for baneful magic? My friend and I performed a hex. A month later, I got extremely sick for that month, and her cat, who is 3, passed away from sickness. It depends. If you're working on a particular person, it may have ricocheted back at you again. It could have simply bounced part of it back again if they have protections that stopped all of it from hitting them. But equally, it could also be that the cat sadly got sick, and it could also be that you sadly got sick, just completely separately, and you're just connecting the two together. If you're seeing that working manifesting, then it's unlikely that it's bounced back. It could just be a terrible coincidence, as many things often are. I know that some people don't believe in coincidence, but sometimes things just aren't connected. You definitely can get bounced back from any kind of working, but it's difficult to tell whether it's something that's actually been bounced back or if it's simply something that's occurred and you're connecting the two because they're closely related. Do you use numerology in your practice? I do, not really intensely, but I do definitely use it in areas of my practice. I will select certain numbers for certain items to use in certain situations that are suitable for what I want to do, that kind of thing. I don't really go much more than that because I just don't have the patience. I just don't have the patience to be thinking of more than that. Have you heard this folktale on Iceland about the giant cat that comes every Christmas night to eat children? I have, and it's such a fantastic story. I love any kind of folk story like that. I love it. Just, it's so good. Have you ever heard of weaving or stacking spells so together the spellwork works stronger and enhance each other? Yeah, I mean, isn't that a pretty common practice? I'd say that's pretty common practice. So like if you are wanting to do well in a job interview, for instance, you might do a good luck spell and a prosperity spell and a confidence spell so that it all works together to target that particular outcome. I mean, that's the kind of thing I do a lot if I'm planning a specific target. Not target as in like person, but target as in like outcome. I'll do like several related spells that surround it so that it's more likely to have a successful manifestation in the end because you're kind of taking on different angles for the same topic. Do you think that you can control spirits? There's lots of ways to control spirits. Whether you should or not is a very different matter. Some spirits, you can control them with their name, like their full name. Though to be fair, very hard to come by full names of spirits. It's very rare that the full names that you see are actually the real names of spirits. But you can often control certain spirits by using their names. You can control spirits with spirit traps, with entrapment circles. There's lots of different options out there, but whether you should is a very different thing. Because sometimes the answer is just because you can doesn't mean you should. Can you please do another video on energy sensing? Maybe the practices you can do every day. I mean, at the minute, the video on energy sensing is what I do every day anyway. And for me, as I mentioned earlier, I can't really do another video on energy sensing if I don't do energy sensing another way. Because everything I do videos on is stuff that I've experienced myself and stuff that I've practiced myself. And so if I haven't done it another way, then I don't really want to talk about doing it another way. Because if I've never done it, then I don't even know if it works. You know? So like everything on my channel is stuff that I've personally done or that I have experience in. So that's why there's one episode on it, like one video, because that's the technique that I use, that I've always used, and that's the only technique that I know how to do. Do you have a physical practice such as dancing, martial arts, etc.? Do you practice moving meditation? I don't really. The one thing I will do is I walk a lot, and I walk and I think. I walk and I think. I will just walk, not quickly, like I walk without purpose. No music, nothing. I'll just be inside my head the entire time, and I have the best time. I come up with so many ideas, I answer so many questions that I've been trying to get answers for, so I suppose in a way that's moving meditation. I never really thought of it as moving meditation before, but I guess that's kind of what it is, but I walk a lot. So like every day I try to go out for a walk and do that, because it just really helps get me out of a funk, especially being inside so often. You do tend to get kind of wrapped up in your own issues, so I find that it really helps to just kind of mindlessly walk. And sometimes it will be for miles, like 10 miles. I'll just walk, just round in circles for like hours and hours and hours on end. And it just helps answer questions. And I find that's much easier for me than just sitting in one place. I don't really do well just sitting in one place. Have you ever used a witch's ladder? I have. I really like using witch's ladders. I don't use them that often because I don't really need to use them all that often. And also, my ideal way of using a witch's ladder is quite difficult to do in a house that's not very well ventilated. So ideally, I like the technique of setting it on fire. This is the technique that's seen within the BuzzFeed Joins a Coven, that reaction video that I did. That video shows that technique where they burn the witch's ladder. And currently that's kind of the technique that I like the most. I don't really like having stuff hanging around because my house is already chaotic enough as it is. I don't really need another thing hanging around. But at the minute, I don't really have the means to set fire to it without setting off a smoke alarm. And also it's freezing outside and I don't really want to have to go outside. So at the minute, I've not done any kind of witch's ladders, but I do like using them where I need to. A lot of workings, though, I can do it a different way. This is a very vague question. Hi, what books do you recommend? Okay, I'm gonna need to ask for way more specific, like way more specific. Are we looking like a specific practice, a specific aspect of practice? Because like there's like 100,000 witchcraft books being printed this year alone, so I'm gonna need like way more specific, and then hopefully I can give you something that I really like on a particular topic. But there's lots of books that I recommend, just for too many different things to even be able to list out. I didn't know you were in Pagan and Witches Amino. I am. I'm in Pagan and Witches Amino, Witches Circle, and also I was in Azura Dragon Feathers Amino for a while. I haven't used it in a very long time though. It's been like months since I last logged in. So I might need to go back on again and check it out. Where was I? Here. I think I was about here. Here we go. How many signs do you look for before determining that something is coming from spirit or deity rather than just coincidence? So it's a difficult one for me to answer because when I get signs, when I get communication, should I say, it's not in the form of signs. For me, it's in dreams. And I can always tell when it's happening in a dream. And when I wake up, I remember it so vividly and so clearly, and I can write it down straight away and I've got my answer. That's what I need to know. I don't really receive information in signs like other people do with numbers or animals and the like. So it's a really difficult one for me to answer. I would say just make sure that you aren't taking mundane things as being signs, you know. So like if I were to walk into town, I would see like 1,000 pigeons. I have to keep reminding myself, and I think everyone needs to sometimes remind themselves of it, that that's normal. It's not a sign, it's normal. So I'd say just try to take enough to be able to acknowledge that it's not just coincidence, you know. So you're not just seeing the same sign in the same way, you're seeing it in different ways. So if it's an animal sign, for instance, you're not just seeing it outside, you're then hearing it. It's on the news, it's on kind of newspapers, it's in a book that you're reading, it's on a Facebook advert, it's, you know, all these things, because then it becomes more, and you're building it up more and more, and it's almost impossible for it to be coincidence if it's so many things. Is there a prescribed amount of crystals one should use when performing work? I think that I use way more than I need. Is there a too much point? I mean, you don't need to use any, or you can use as many as you want. I don't think there's necessarily a too much point unless the crystals that you're using are contradicting each other. I think then you might have a problem because then it's becoming distorted, the working might be. But generally, I wouldn't say that there's a too much unless it's causing problems. You know, if you're not noticing any problems, then you haven't hit the too much point. Or you might want to tone it down for a few workings just to see if you're having more success, because it might be that you've hit that too much point and you don't realize that you've hit it because you're always using so many crystals. I don't think that you're likely to go too far wrong though, as long as they aren't contradicting one another. Will dead leaves collected from my herbs be as effective in spells as though harvested while alive? No. Okay, so it's a difficult answer. It's a yes and it's a no. So here's my thing. Because I do workings of both sides of the line, you know, I will do positive workings and I will do negative workings. Any plant that I have that has dead leaves, I will use for the same intention, like for the same outcome, whether that's like love, money, luck, but I will use it for the negative aspect of it. So for instance, catnip. I use catnip a lot in luck spells to influence luck. If it's a living leaf, I will use it for positive, for attracting good luck. But if I'm using a dead leaf, then I'm using it to attract bad luck. And that's how I've always done it. And I don't know of whether you could use those leaves, the dead leaves, for a positive intention. I don't know. I've never tried because I always like save them to use them for a negative intention. So anything that's like rotten, anything that's bad, I will use it for the same energy, like for the same end goal, but I'll twist it. So it's for the negative instead of for the positive. So like dead rose petals are used to hinder romance or, you know, those kind of emotions. Or like chamomile, any like rotting flowers I'll use to hinder in prosperity, not help it. So that's the way I've always done it. So in a way, it is just as effective, but it's effective in a different way. So it could be worth just like trying and figuring out what works for you. I found that technique works best for me, but it might not for you. So it's really worth kind of trial and erroring it and seeing what works. What works well for you? I don't know why I went kind of Irish then, in a weird way. Can you do a video on sea witchcraft? I definitely will. I'm hoping to start up my types of witchcraft series on like different types of spellcraft and witchcraft types, like the kind of things that people might practice. And there is a spell that I'm planning on doing that I used so much while I was a sea witch. I used it really, really often. And so that is going to be coming out once the workshop is at least kind of finished, because I'm so looking forward to doing that working. I've read that moon water charged from the full moon is capable of cleansing in addition to adding energy, which seems contradictory. What's your take on this? So for me, it depends on the overriding energy. It's essentially what's more powerful in that space. So for instance, some people will take moon water. See, I wouldn't use full moon water for cleansing. Typically, I would use new moon water for cleansing, because the new moon is associated with clearing out blockages, banishing, pushing away, bringing in the new. So I would use new moon energy, like new moon water, for cleansing. But some people use full moon water. But what they'll do is they'll essentially overpower the energy of the full moon, which to me Makes it kind of null and void, but that's just my personal experience. What they'll do is they take that full moon water, they'll put it into a spray. They'll add in crystals and herbs and oils that are associated with cleansing, and then they'll use it as a cleansing spray. To me, it seems kind of contradictory as well, because by overriding the energy of that water, you may as well have just used tap water. For me, I would use the full moon water for bringing things in, for attracting, like from the waxing through the full, I would use for attracting in energies, and then from the waning to the new moon, I would use it for cleansing. So for me, I would use new moon water for cleansing. But I know that not everyone is like that. So I'm very much with you on this one. I think it's going to be just personal trial and error. I have never found full moon water to be very effective with cleansing. Every full moon, I see people on Instagram cleansing their crystals with the full moon energy and like cleansing their crystals with full moon water. And I'm always really confused, and it must work for them. Otherwise, why would they do it? But for me, it just never works. It just has never worked well for me. What's your opinion on law of attraction? I'm reading a lot. I've seen things that lean towards prosperity gospel that sometimes feel victim blamey for people in bad circumstances such as poverty. Yeah, that's why I stay away from the law of attraction, because I have seen one too many influencers online saying, if something bad has happened in your life, it's because you willed it into being. And I'm there going, no, sometimes bad people do bad things to innocent people. And this is not me saying that all law of attraction is like this, not in the slightest. I have seen a lot of law of attraction influencers very much doing this victim blame approach of you get what you put out. You deserve this to happen to you because you put it out into the world. And I just don't agree with it. Bad people will do bad things to good people. Like, it's not your fault that someone else did something bad to you. You can't blame yourself for that because it's not your fault. So I can understand the appeal of law of attraction in a way, but I think it's really important to tread carefully with it, because you can definitely get into this approach where it does feel very victim blamey. And I don't jive well with that. I just don't. Like, it's not your fault if bad things have happened to you that have been caused by other people. It's just not your fault. You can't blame yourself for that. So it's a fine line to tread. And it's a really difficult one because it's very easy to overstep one way or the other. Are dead leaves the same as dried? No. So dried leaves will work the same as their positive counterparts. So essentially what you've done when you've dried leaves or flowers is you've taken all of that good stuff in them and you've preserved them. You've preserved them for a really long time. So if you dry rose petals, all you're doing is you're drying the moisture out of them so they keep all of the good stuff in without going rotten. When I mean dead leaves, dead flowers, I mean the things that have started rotting. You know, when a flower hasn't been dried and preserved, it starts to wilt and then it rots and then it starts to mold and it falls off the plant. That's what I mean when I say dead, rather than dried. To dry something is to preserve it. If it rots and it dies, then it's losing itself. It's rotting away. And that's the distinction that I make between the two. You should write a book. I keep trying. I like the idea of doing it, but I can never focus on one topic for long enough. Maybe I should just make a book of just random witchcraft information. Just like random intermediate things. Random bits of intermediate information that I have no idea where else to put. Maybe that's what I should do. Could you recommend a good book on the Fae? What kind of book are you after? Are you after like folklore? Legends? What are you after? I cleanse often and don't ever feel spirits present. Do you think it's because I cleanse often? If so, how would someone cleanse without pushing spirits out?
It can be. I mean, I try to cleanse minimally because the spirits around here don't like it particularly much. If I do cleanse, I notice that there's like an emptiness in that space. They just don't like being there for very long. So it could be. There are ways to cleanse that don't irritate spirits as much. So I'd say do a big cleanse. A big cleanse, get it over with. Just do one big cleanse throughout the house. Make sure it's all cleansed, clean, nice. Then protect. Protect what you can. Now this doesn't have to stop all spirits. Just make sure that it's to stop the spirits that really shouldn't be in there. And then use more passive cleansing options. So if you can use like water or little dishes of salt or something that's more passive, that's not going to irritate the air so much. So essentially the idea being that instead of doing lots of big cleanses, you do one big cleanse and then maintenance. Because that maintenance is going to interfere with them a lot less if they're comfortable in that space and you allow them to be there. But it will irritate up the energy that isn't really meant to be there. And I find that works really well. I find that one big cleanse, lots of maintenance is better for me when working with spirits than lots of cleanses, because then they really don't like being in the space. How many different journals do you keep for your craft? Like separate ones for recording spells, tarot spreads, dreams, notes on the craft, or do you just have one big book of shadows? Okay, so I have a few different things that I use. So for dreams, I use the notes section of my phone, because when I wake up in the morning, I do not want to be writing anything. So instead I just dictate into the phone and I just keep a whole bunch of notes that are all dated. That's how I do dreams, because I don't have the patience to be writing down the minute I wake up in the morning. For tarot, I have a diary. Now, it's actually an Urban Outfitters plan, like a week planner, but it doesn't have dates in it, which is amazing. So you write in the date that you're working on and then you can fill in the page. So essentially I just have one page per reading and I write the date and I write what the reading was for. I write the cards that I drew, my intuitive reading of the cards, any additional information that I want to take about numerology or things I've missed from in the book. And then below it all, I will summarize it all in relation to my question. So it's not just a question, cards, and then that's it. Instead, it's the question, the cards, and then a summary of how each of those cards represents that working. Any follow-up things that I want to do, I'll write at the bottom, and then I'll just move on to the next page when I need to do another reading. And I've had that book for about 4 years. And I do a big kind of monthly reading, and that's it. So I'm still on the same book, and because it doesn't have any dates, I can just fill the date in. It's fantastic. It's got the moon phases on the front. I keep it in my bedroom. It's like underneath my tarot deck. I love it. So that's what I use for tarot reading. When it comes to notes on the craft, I have a OneDrive. It's not called OneDrive, is it? I've forgotten what it's called. It's a OneNote. It's something that's on like Office, and it's a purple symbol. And it allows you to have like, loads of different categories and then loads of documents inside each of the categories. And so I have one of those that's just like random bits of information. So information that has nowhere else to go, I'll just type it, or I'll like photograph a book page. If I can't bother to write it down, I'll photograph a book page and I'll add it into this giant document. And I've been keeping that for a long time of just like random tidbits of information. And then I have a series of other books. So I've got a book that I just got that's about spirit encounters. So all of the spirit encounters I put in there, date it, put the information, any illustrations that I can draw, I'll add into that. I have one on traditional folkloric practices. That's a book in its own right. And then I have a collection of other books that I just fill in at random that just date back to like almost the start of my practice. So it's not really organized in any great way. You know, if anyone was to flick through my books of shadows, it would have everything from like 2007, probably sooner. I'm trying to think of when I started writing the first one. I don't remember. But you'll have everything from like 2007 all the way up to like 2020 in one book, because I just like randomly dot things around.
Do you have any enchanted outfits or clothes, not jewellery, that you wear outside for practice, for power, occasions, attitude, focus, and such? None of them are enchanted, per se, but I have certain pieces of clothing that I will only wear in certain circumstances. So I have a very long green velvet coat that goes all the way down to the floor that I will wear to shows, I will wear to pagan events, and I also have a tendency to wear it to weddings because it's a very formal coat. I have a short and a long tie-dyed, very fairy-esque, cliche fairy-esque dresses that I will wear with, I've got little horns that clip into my hair that I'll wear for outdoor pagan festivals. And then I have it's kind of like a cloak, but it's not. It's got the moon phases all over it. That one I'll use for Esbat celebrations, moon phase celebrations, in the summer, because it's not warm enough to wear it at any other times of the year. And that's really it. I think that's everything anyway that I have that's specific, that I will only wear at certain times of the year. And it's just because it doesn't fit into my style the rest of the time. I would never wear a rainbow tie-dye dress at any other point because it's just not my style. Right now I'm wearing a black gothic t-shirt and a pair of lime green tartan trousers. So it's not exactly my style to wear tie-dye and that kind of thing. So I wear those specifically for pagan events. Do you think it makes a difference to use expired herbs or spices in spellwork? See, this one I view slightly differently. Because the expiration dates, especially on kitchen herbs, is used for consumption. But for me, as long as the plant still smells the same, it still feels the same, and there's no mildew inside the container, there's no mold, there's nothing on it that would distinctively say this is out of date, I will continue to use it within spellwork and ritual. As long as the smell, the texture, and the appearance is the same, I will continue to use it. Sometimes I will come across kitchen herbs that are still in date but are obviously not right anymore, and then even though they're still in date, I will use them for the more baneful, more negative style of practices because I can tell that they aren't right anymore. There's something about it, whether it's the mildew, whether it's the smell, whether it's the colouring, there's something that's not quite right there. And this also applies for things that have discoloured as well. I often use things that are faded, I will use in different spells. So if I have rose petals that have faded from red to being this weird, washed out colour, I'll use them in workings for creating distance or for separating emotion. I'll use them separately again because to me that colour, the loss of colouring signifies a loss of something significant. So they could then be used in grieving spells to assist in grieving, or they can be used to cause loss in the form of lost relationships, lost connections and the like. So there's a lot of adaptation that I do to it to make it interesting. What's the role of karma in negative workings? I don't believe in karma. It's not part of my tradition, so I don't perceive karma in anything that I do. Now, that's going to probably really annoy some people. Some people really like pushing karma on everything, but the reality is karma is a tradition that is part of a particular culture, a particular belief system, a particular religion, and I'm not part of that. So for me, I don't connect with karma. I don't experience it in the same way as someone would that believes in karma and is part of that tradition, if that makes sense. It's a bit like the rule of three. I'm not Wiccan, so I don't follow the rule of three. It's not a part of my practice. Do I believe that you are impacted by the things that you do? Yes, in a way, but not in the same way as is perceived within karma, where it impacts your next life. And also, I found a lot of people don't actually know what karma is. I see a lot of people in witchcraft groups talking about how karma's impacted them 2 days later, but I'm pretty certain that karma is something that impacts future lives. It's your next incarnation that has to deal with it, not your current one. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I always like learning more about these kind of subjects, but the basic gist of it is it's not a part of my tradition, it's not a part of my culture, my background, so I don't perceive it in the same way as someone would if it is part of their tradition. Oh, it's gonna jump. Oh no! Right, I'm gonna find where I was again, because it jumped. Random book info sounds amazing. I might end up doing that then, because I keep trying to write a beginner witchcraft book. I keep trying to do it. I keep starting it. I get like 20,000 words in, and then I just fall. I struggle to stay focused on one particular topic, because that's not how my brain works. So maybe what I should do is actually create a book for maybe a bit more advanced, maybe not beginner. Something for people who maybe have just got past that beginner stage, and they want like lots of bits of information about lots of different things. I'm just brainstorming out loud now, but maybe that's the way to go. I don't know when the clicking got involved, but it's here now. I'm like a one-woman band. This is a problem. So new moon is okay for baths and full moon is okay for watering plants, or do I have it backwards? I mean, you can use both for both. Depends on what you want to bring. I mean, if you want to attract new growth in a plant, you might want to water it with new moon water. If you want to banish or assist in healing that plant of a pest, you can use, whatever it is that you want to use to remove that pest, and then water it with new moon water as a way to banish it from that plant. If you want to attract new things into your life, you might want to use full moon water in a bath. But if you want to remove bad habits, you might want to use new moon water. So it's really going to depend on what you want to do and the kind of intention you have. Have you ever used a pendulum alongside tarot or oracle? I have. I don't like it that much, mainly because my pendulums have a tendency to get sassy with the cards, and sometimes it doesn't go so well. So I'll often use tarot and oracle in combination, and then I'll use pendulum for any further questions. Often if I have, say for instance, a pendulum that's got a particularly strong personality with a deck that has a particularly strong personality, I'll just end up not getting any useful information out of it whatsoever. So I really have to pick and choose what I end up using. What would you consider a just reason for doing a negative working? Depends on the style of working. So for instance, a negative working might be that a friend of mine is in a relationship that's causing her harm, and she's doing what she can with the police and the authorities to deal with it, and she's trying to stay safe, and I may well do a working that is designed to hinder the person who is causing her harm. That to me is a justified reason. Would it be justified for everyone? No. Or someone might say, really, really not be suitable for a job, and I might really, really be suitable for that job. Now, where you draw the line on whether or not you should do a negative working is a difficult one, but some might even argue that doing a job spell to get you the job is negative, because if I get the job and that other person loses the job because of the working I did, then it's positive for me and negative for them. So justification is very difficult, and it's going to very much depend on your own moral compass. And so sometimes it's really easy to justify it. If someone is causing someone I care about harm and they are doing everything mundanely possible to fix it, then to me, I feel that it's justified to do a negative working on the person that's causing such harm, whereas other people would never even consider it. So it's a difficult one. For me, it doesn't really matter what my justification is. It just matters that I feel justified, and I've thought of every other outcome. I think that's the main thing for me, is that it's not just about finding justification, because I could find justification for anything if I really, really wanted to. But just because I can doesn't mean I should. And if I can find another way to go about that working, then I will choose an alternative option where possible rather than doing a baneful working, because I would just feel more comfortable exhausting all of the other options before I go down that path, whereas other people would feel more comfortable just jumping in and going straight for that style of practice. Favourite books for us Celtic witches. There's so much on Wicca which I practice, but I'm back to my roots and I'd appreciate your advice on which books would be best. So when it comes to kind of Celtic witchcraft, if we're looking like folk witchcraft, you might be in for a bit of a harsh surprise. And that's because the majority of historical references for witchcraft within this area, kind of the Celtic regions, is very heavily Christianized. And that's because the surviving practice had to be Christianized to survive. It became part of the tradition. So if you're looking for like folk books on folk magics in the Celtic regions, you're going to find mainly Christian witchcraft. And then you're going to have to sift through all of that. And I don't know if that's something that you would want to do. But not necessarily specifically Celtic, but kind of British witchcraft. You've got A Deed Without a Name is really good. You've got traditional witchcraft. You've got Witchcraft by the Seashore. You have Silent as the Trees, The Black Toad, The Devil's Dozen. These are all books on witchcraft in the early modern period in Celtic regions. It's kind of difficult to find a book specifically on Celtic witchcraft, mainly because it's almost it's not really written. There's no real historical documentation surviving of a Celtic witchcraft practice that involves Celtic deities. It's kind of been lost, which is a real shame. So you might find that there's some new books on the subject that are kind of neo-pagan-esque, where they are kind of reconstructing traditions from what's left of the information, but I don't know how good those books will be on the subject, and often I tend to avoid those books a little bit because they're often they jump to conclusions quite a bit more than I would personally like. Oh my god, that's so cute. HearthWitch 365, Daily Hearth Wisdom. That's so cute. That's adorable. That's really cute. I like that. I can't use that now though. It's out there. No, but I might... I think that's what I'll probably end up doing for a book. I think I like the idea of that one more. So it jumped, so I'm gonna have to figure out where I was. Have you read Kelly Ann Maddox's Real Witch book? Real Witch, Rebel Witch book? I haven't, though it has been like in my wish list for a very long time. So I might end up getting that. At the minute, I'm just kind of... I'm treading water. I have so many books that I need to read. I have read so many fiction books this past month, and like no non-fiction books. I need to pull my finger out and start reading again because I have so many books stacked up around me that I cannot put away until I've read them. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 books that I need to read before I can put them away. And no space to put them. So I will read it. I just haven't got round to it yet because I really just don't have the space to have any more books sitting around waiting to be read. Have you got any recommendations on how to get into folklore? Pick a topic. Now that doesn't have to be like a thing. That could be a location. It could be like your local area. See if you can find some information about areas around where you live. That's where I started. I started by looking up local areas, and then I just kind of got obsessed and went from there. Or you can pick like a particular topic. So if you're really interested in like death omens, there's so many around the world that have such fascinating stories attached to them. Or if you're really interested in vampire legends, then kind of deep dive down that rabbit hole and see what kind of obscure stories that you can find along the way. I find that it's really difficult to get into folklore. You have to just kind of jump into one bit and just hope for the best, and then suddenly everything is kind of open to you. But when it comes to like folklore in terms of witchcraft, find a book by a reliable author. Most things published by, I believe it's Troy Books. I think it's Troy Books. Troy Books is such a good publisher. They do the traditional witchcraft books. They do what's the name of the author? Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gary. Gemma Gary's a fantastic author. And there's lots of books though. I mean, I like Nigel G. No, that wasn't his name. A Deed Without a Name is a great book on witchcraft folklore. Generally, once you kind of start finding one book on the subject, if you look at the bibliography, they'll list out a whole bunch of others, and then you can really deep dive down the rabbit hole. I made a witch's bottle, but I think I did it wrong because I put water and herbs together and now the water is not clear. Is that bad? I mean, they've rotten. So witches' bottles historically were used by adding urine and bent pins, bent nails, hair, nail clippings into the bottle to act as a scapegoat. Or they were used to stop spellwork and ritual that was placed upon you by another, by irritating the other person so much that they would stop the working. Today, witches' bottles are still used of urine. I will still use urine in witches' bottles because it's so damn powerful. But you can use vinegar. Now, remember here, please don't mix anything with vinegar. So if you're using urine, use urine. If you're using vinegar, use vinegar. I wouldn't mix urine and vinegar because it can create a really toxic fumes that are very, very dangerous. You can use red wine as well. You can use saliva. And then use bent pins, bent nails, nail clippings, hair clippings. Thorns are another option to add in there. The water, I'm not sure what the purpose of the water would have been. I suppose it depends on what you want. Are we talking like a witch's bottle in the traditional sense, or are we talking about a witch's bottle that's for an intention? But the minute you mix water and herbs, you're just going to get rot. It's just going to mold and go rancid inside. So I'd say throw it away, get rid of it, start again. Don't use water, because the minute you add water and plant matter, you're going to just get mold. It's going to rot and go rancid. If you're going to use anything, vinegar is a preservative. So any herbs that you suspend in vinegar are not going to go bad as quickly as you would maybe see if it was in water. But it really depends on what your outcome is. I mean, a traditional witch's bottle would contain something acrid, something nasty like urine or vinegar or wine, like cheap vinegary wine could be used as well. Do you have any advice on making pendulums? I'm a ceramic artist and I want to try making my own out of clay. Balance is everything. If a pendulum isn't balanced, it can sway the outcome. So really, any shape can be used to make a pendulum as long as it has a balanced swing. So if it prefers to swing one way more than the other, you're going to have problems with reading. So generally speaking, just make sure it's a nice balanced, even shape and you're good to go. And also, if it's weighty, you're going to have a much nicer swing than if it's very light. If it's very light, you find they're a bit flitty. They kind of shake a lot and they behave based on your movements more than the swing of the pendulum. So if you make them quite weighty, it gives you a good, even, clear swing when it does swing instead of just kind of flitting around. Though ceramic is generally very good for making pendulums out of, because it is quite weighty to start off with, as long as people don't drop them. Is horoscope important in witchcraft? I mean, I personally don't think that it is. Some people do use their astrology significantly within their practice. I just never have. Is it OneNote? Yeah, that is OneNote. Yes, the file system I use for my online Book of Shadows is OneNote. I'm glad you got that, because I would never have got that name. I always warn our spirits that we're doing a cleanse and tell them where I'm starting and what I'm using and that I want to help. That's great. I treat them like I want to be treated and they're always happy. That's a really great way of doing it. Like informing the spirits of where you're going to be. That's really smart. I like that. That's nice. What's the weirdest or most interesting experience you've had while being on the astral plane? Okay, this was horrible. This was really, really horrible. I didn't like this one little bit, but I think it was about 10 years ago now. Something like that. Because I was still living at home at the time, so it must have been like 10 years ago. And I was just suddenly aware that I was in my dining room. I was in the dining room, and I couldn't fathom why. Why was I in there? Except outside was dark, like pitch black, not a star in, like you couldn't see the outside. I knew it was there, but it was so dark I couldn't see anything. There were no street lamps, nothing. And the inside, everything was kind of purple. Like the walls were like gooey purple, but everything was the same. Like my homework was still on the side table. This was like a long time ago. And like my bags were still there, my shoes were still in the hallway, the dishes were still on the side, like everything was the same. And then this like thing walked in. I can't even really describe what it is other than kind of hobgoblin-ish. And I just remember being terrified, like absolutely terrified. And I tried to get away, like I was walking around the dining room table to kind of avoid it, and it just kept following me. And then at some point, I remember leaning on the windowsill and kicking it really, really hard in the head. And I just remember its neck snapping back, and it didn't stop. And it was still coming after me with its neck, like, snapped back. It was horrible. And then when I woke up, when I kind of got out of it, I fully snapped out of it. So it wasn't like it came to any kind of conclusion. It's like I just instantly came back into my body again, and my entire foot was like throbbing with pain, and it was like red, and that was awful. I've never had an experience like that again though, ever. Like that was one of those that was just a bad experience, and that was I was just not nice. That was not nice. I do not want to have to do that again. That was awful. So I have had lots of other experiences in the astral plane, but none of them were quite as bad as that one. I mean, I did get eaten alive once, but somehow that wasn't quite as bad. I don't know why that wasn't quite as bad. What about blood? I'm guessing that one's in relation to the witch's bottles. You can add blood into a witch's bottle as a tag lock, though I would also add in something acrid as well. So it's like useful as a substitute for like hair and nail clippings, but like I would still add in something acrid, or at least because I follow the more folkloric approach of a witch's bottle, I would still add in something like urine as well, because that's what was always used, and that's what I really like using. I feel like it's too late to do a Yule altar. Is that silly? I mean, it's not silly. I mean, I personally wouldn't put a Yule altar up now, because for me the energy is gone. But then it also depends on where you live. Like, we have to remember here that the wheel of the year as we see it today, having been contorted in the way it has to become the wheel of the year we see it today, is primarily a European system that's based on European seasons, which is why so many people who live further north or further south find it difficult to fit that wheel, because for them, their winter might stretch through to Ostara. Whereas for us in England, it doesn't stretch to Ostara, and by the time we get to Imbolg, it's already starting to get a bit better. So I think it depends. Someone who maybe lives further north might find that a Yule altar is quite fitting, because although many people relate it to the winter solstice, which has already come and gone, Yule is still a celebration that is associated with brightening up the darkest point of the year. And for some people, this might be the darkest point of the year, whereas in England, it isn't. It's starting to get a lot brighter and lighter and airier, and the flowers are kind of a little bit peeking out. So I think it depends. For some people, a Yule altar would still make sense now. For me, it doesn't, but that's because the seasons here are kind of gone a little bit past Yule now. I mean, now we're closer to Imbolg than we are Yule. So it doesn't make sense for me, but it might for you. Or for someone else, who knows? How do you prove that spells work and it's not just coincidence or other cause? I mean, I've been doing this for 16 years. You kind of get to the point where you just have to give up on it being coincidence. Like, you do start and you're like, wait, is that? Wait, is that? Wait, is that? And then you get to the point where you're like, wow, that is way, way, way too specific for it to just be a coincidence. Or it'll manifest in someone else's life in such a specific way that it cannot be a coincidence. And you just get to the point where you've got just an insurmountable level of coincidences where it just becomes impossible for it to truly be coincidence. If you know what I mean? Like, there comes a point where when every time you do a working, the exact thing that you requested for happens, I wonder what percentage likely that is in the long run after, like, over a decade, you know, like that would be a lot of coincidences, and there comes a point where it's no longer probable for it to be another coincidence, if you know what I mean. Like the first time, the second time, sure, but like after like 10 years you're like, nah. it's improbable at that point for everything to be coincidence. How can I start candle magic? Find a book on candle magic. See if you like it. Give it a go. Get some tea light candles or some birthday candles and give it a try and see what you like and see what you don't. No, cushions are falling over and everything. And just see what you like and see what you don't and give it a try. And if you don't like it, then you don't like it. But if you find a book, I mean, there's a few books out there. At the minute, I really like Mystic Dylan's candle magic book. See if you're intrigued by it and just give it a go. And I really like candle magic. I think it's a really accessible form of magical practice for a lot of people if you feel comfortable with fire. Of course, not everyone does, but I really like it. It's really a good stepping stone as well for other forms of practice. In your opinion, is Celtic the same as Irish witchcraft? No, mainly because there's many areas of Celtic residence, whereas Ireland is Ireland, you know. So like Celtic peoples were found in many different areas, whereas Irish tradition is very specific, you know? It's the best way I can describe it, I suppose. That's how it works in my head, anyway. A bit like how Cornish witchcraft is different from Devonshire witchcraft. Like, they might be close, and they might have crossovers of people, but ultimately the specific practices are often different between the two. Or at least somewhat distinctively different between the two. So you may have crossovers, but you might then find that there's further distinctions the more you look into it. Do you believe the full moon affects people's emotions or behaviour? I have noticed that during the week of the full moon, I feel or act off. Yeah, I can usually always tell when it's the full moon because I just have a really bad time. For instance, this full moon, I had a breakdown behind the wheel of my car. No, I was crying and we were stationary and I was not happy that day and I just could not stop crying. For 2 solid days, I just didn't stop crying. It was just constant. And yet, I didn't really have anything to cry about. I just was really emotional. And I find that every time I can always tell because I'm usually crying. It's usually crying. And I'm pretty certain it also was the full moon in Cancer, which doesn't help because I'm also a Cancer sign. So, like, that was just, like, a whole lot of emotion on the surface. And I'd gone in the car and I just started crying. I was like, why am I crying? I was crying for, like, 2 days, just on and off. Every few hours, I was just, like, bursting into tears. But, like, now I'm fine. It's just, like, such a weird thing. If I offer some crystals to a deity, are they no longer able to be used in spellwork forever? I mean, no. I mean, you can offer them to a deity, and then once they've drawn the energy out enough, you know, you can thank them, and then take the crystals, cleanse them, and then charge them again if you need to, if they're feeling particularly drained, and then use them in spellwork and ritual, or you can put them back on the altar again. You just have to make sure communication is there. You know, don't just take the crystals back without telling them. You know, inform them of what you're going to do and why you're going to do it, and you could always replace those crystals with something else as an offering and then use them in your workings. I'm new to the craft and I read a lot about Wicca, but don't feel it's for me. So what advice would you give me? And I love your talks. Oh, thank you so much. I have a full video on different books for starting witchcraft that are not Wicca based. And so it could be worth trying different books from different fields. If you're more interested in kind of energy work, then something like Psychic Witch by Matt Oren is really good. I think that's how you say his surname. I'm not entirely sure. Or you can go for something like The Crooked Path, which is kind of modern traditional witchcraft, like a modern twist on traditional witchcraft, which is really good. So that video has kind of a range, everything from practical solitary magic, which is more kind of a middle ground. It's energy work, working with spirits, and a little bit of traditional in there. So there's a lot of options. It might just be trial and error to see what works best, because a lot of people are similar. They just don't find a connection with Wicca, and they want something different. What are red flags when reading witchcraft books? I have a few massive ones. The first is if it says, "An ye harm none, do what ye will." Immediately, no, book down, bad book, no. If it says the only rule of witchcraft is the rule of three, no, bad book. In the corner, I don't like you. If it says that the only people who can practice witchcraft are women at birth, no, fuck no, in the corner, bad book, don't like you. Those are the three big ones for me. If it says that the only rules in witchcraft are the rule of three, which is Wicca based. If it says "An ye harm none, do what ye will," usually it's written on the front page. It's like the introduction is "An ye harm none, do what ye will," or it says the full Wiccan read at the front of the book. Bad book, no. Or if it's exclusionary to specific groups of people. So, for instance, if it says that the only people who can practice witchcraft are people who are born with a functional uterus, I'm like, no, sorry, no, in the corner you go. And so I have a series of books that I just have never finished because I just don't want to participate in that. I just don't want to participate in that. If you want to practice Wicca, that's one thing. You know, if you want to follow the Wiccan religion, if you do follow the Wiccan religion and you want that in your books, then those obviously aren't going to be red flags for you. But for me, I am not after books on Wicca, and I primarily try to avoid them, not because I think there's anything wrong with Wicca, but because I've been there and I've done that. I spent 8 years following the Wiccan religion before I realised that it really wasn't something that I wanted to follow anymore. I have dozens of books on Wicca. I don't need any more. So for me, when I buy a traditional witchcraft book, for instance, and the first page says "An ye harm none, do what ye will," that's a red flag to me, because if I'm after a traditional witchcraft book, well, Wicca was only created it was only published to the general public in about 1952. So for me, if I want a historical book on witchcraft and the first page has the Wiccan read on it, then I know that probably the information in it is not going to be what I'm after. And so that's the thing. These red flags are not necessarily going to be for everyone. But if you like similar books to what I like and you're after more of a traditional approach, like a folklore approach to witchcraft, then those are red flags to me, at least. Oh, we're going Bewitched theme song now, okay. We've diverted from High School Musical. As someone whose first language isn't English, would it be better to learn about witchcraft in my first language rather than in English? I feel like there's so much more information in English than other languages. Sadly, there definitely are. I have noticed though on Kindle especially, there seems to be a lot of publications made of English books translated into other languages. So it could be worth looking at digital books because there's a lot more of them that are translated into different languages. I would say maybe a good mix is in order. If you can find a book in your own language, it's worth reading it in your own language. If you can't, you might find that you need to get it in English, but hopefully more and more we'll start seeing books being released in other languages as well, because it can be very difficult, especially if English isn't your first language, to read a book in English and then kind of translate it all and then remember it all. It just becomes extra difficult. Do you find yourself more in league with the wild folk naturally? I'm from the USA and recognise the danger, but they are kin somehow. Wild folk as in fae? I've never heard the term wild folk before. That's an interesting term. I find that connecting with especially land spirits and tree spirits is really easy for me, whereas I know that for other people it maybe isn't so much. And I don't know if that necessarily has to do with having been here my entire life, or if it has to do with a willingness to listen. I've always been a very how do I describe, like, an inward person. I don't seek attention. I say that as I'm sitting on YouTube, but I'm not like a social butterfly. I'm not like constantly hanging out with people. I'm not constantly talking to people. I'm not like constantly gaining entertainment from external sources. You know, I'm very happy to kind of sit and listen and just be present in that space. And I wonder if maybe that's what has made it quite easy to connect with, you know, land spirits and to connect with the spirits of place. It maybe isn't because I am here. You know, I've always been here. But maybe it's just because I'm happy to sit and listen. And I think anyone can connect with the spirits of place and of if they're willing to sit and listen and have the patience to know that it's not going to be instant and it's going to take time. I don't know. I'm just pondering at this point. Have you had any experiences with shadow people? Yes, lots. Shadow people is something I've always known. I've always known them as shades. I don't know if that's a location-based thing, but where I am, I've always known them as shades. And they are some of the spirits that I have the most interactions with of all of them. I always have, ever since I was a kid. So shades are probably the things I'm most comfortable around. I know that a lot of people are really scared of shades and shadow people, and it doesn't help that TV makes them sound quite scary. But I've always had just a very nice interactions with them. Oh, so many hiccups. Where was I? I think I was about here. Weren't witches just wise old women who knew about nature and natural remedies? No. No, not particularly. It's difficult because the term witch in different areas is used to describe different things. In Britain, a witch was an individual who was accused of undertaking baneful magic against other members of the community. Now, the terms for those who practiced witchcraft purposefully were things like peddlers or wise folk. Witches were considered separate. A really interesting book to read if you're interested in the history of the term witch is the book Witch by Ronald Hutton. And essentially, wise folk or peddlers were people who practiced witchcraft for the community or practiced magical arts for the community. They would not have ever called it witchcraft. They practiced magical arts for the community that was around them. They would often receive favours or payment for their services to help heal animals or to help break the baneful magic practiced by witches. Now, witches were people who the townsfolk believed were practicing baneful magic. They were cursing people, they were making animals sick, they were making milk curdle, they were doing all of these horrible things. There are very, very few instances of people self-identifying as witches. And it's very likely that the people that the village accused of being witches were actually not practicing any kind of magic at all. Usually they were outsiders from the community, they were people who were ostracized, they were widows, they were people who maybe were spinsters. The term witch has very much been reclaimed over the centuries, so now we use the word witch to describe a magical practitioner, particularly within kind of Western Europe. But historically, in the early modern period, the word witch would probably have never been used by choice. I think there's only a few instances. For instance, Isabel Gowdy, I forget her surname. Isabel, she was a Scottish witch, and she essentially declared that she was a witch. And that's one of the few instances where it was a self-proclaimed statement of being a witch. Very rarely would people ever want to choose to refer to themselves as that. So it's a difficult one because technically the people who practice magical arts and were open about it and would talk about their practice and would share it with the community and would sell it are what today we would consider witches. But historically, they would have never called themselves witches because it was considered a bad thing to be a witch. These people, these wise folk, these peddlers, were the ones that were countering witchcraft. They were doing spells and rituals to break the spells cast by witches. But whether these witches ever actually existed, the people that were accused of practicing baneful magics, whether those people were ever actually practicing magic is a very different matter, and the likelihood is that they probably weren't. Oh, I missed this completely because I was off on one, but thank you so much, Brandy. Thank you so much. I love your Through the Blackthorn Arch episodes. Thank you so much. I am planning on doing a few more before the end of the season. It's just life has gotten the better of me a little bit there. Sorry. I just saw a head lean in on the side. I'll go back up to where I was now. I lost track of where I was for a minute. For someone who has trouble reading books, could YouTube be a safe alternative for information? I would say, to a degree, try to go to different people and not just use one source of information. I would never recommend anyone be using just one person, because then it leads to you picking up the bad habits of their particular practice. And I mean, everyone has bad habits in their practice. I know I do. I use way too much candle magic when I should be using other things. So never just use one person. Try to dot around, try to use different sources, online pages, articles written by practitioners, those kind of things. And just try to balance it out a little bit. Even if you don't want to use books, just try to use other people at least. I'm trying to figure out where I was, and I'm failing miserably. The Black Toad was $93 on Amazon the other day. Out of print. Holy sh! I didn't realise it was out of print. I'm going to have to reevaluate then, because I was going to do a video on traditional witchcraft books, but if it's out of print, I don't know if I want to necessarily recommend people spend $93 on a book. Because you don't need to spend $93 on a book. I'm going to have to double check. I'm going to have to check to see if it's out of print everywhere, or if they're just having like production problems, because I know that a lot of books are having production problems at the minute. I don't know. We'll have to see. What's the craziest experience you've had with a spell? I've had one of my deities literally just like walk into a space. It was incredibly bizarre. I've never had it happen since. Never had it happen before. It was so weird. I was doing I think it was a binding. I can't really remember. It was a few years ago now. And I was doing this working and I was really, really invested in it. And then I just felt this like wave of energy come into the space. And then this woman just walks through the door. This elderly woman walks through the door. And she's basically like, can I help? I want to help, please. Like, would you like me to help? And it didn't take me long for me to realise that it was Ceridwen, because I do work with Ceridwen a lot. Well, I did at the time more than I do now. And it was the weirdest experience. I've never had anything like that before. Having one of my deities just like, I didn't even request her presence. She just decided she wanted to assist. And it does make sense, because I was doing a binding working, and Ceridwen is particularly prevalent when it comes to kind of bindings and transformation style workings of turning negatives into positives and changing things. So it would make sense for her to be present in that working, but I never thought to call upon her, so she just asked if I wanted her help. And it turned out to be an amazing working. Like, manifestation in a few hours that lasted for months and months on end. It was beautiful. It was so beautiful. One of my favourite workings to this day was that one. I put a book down because the first author said only reincarnated witches could practice magic, and then he said that you could never reach your full potential if you had depression. Oh, okay. Massive red flag. Fully agree on that one. I'll add another red flag to my list as well. If they tell you that you can't practice witchcraft if you take medication or have mental health conditions, put the book down. It's not worth your time. Genuinely. Put the book down. Do not even consider picking it up. It should stay in the corner and just remain there forever. Those are another two massive red flags when it comes to books. Oh yes, wild folk. That's a really nice name. I've never heard people use it, the term wild folk. That's amazing. Maybe I should start doing that, because I've always called them the fair folk, wild folk. I love that. Especially the spelling with the W-Y-L-D. That's beautiful. But yeah, I mean, in relation to that question about does it make it easier to connect, I don't know if it does, or if it is more about that kind of willingness to listen, or, you know, the desire to see and to listen and to experience. Because I know, because if it was easier just because, you know, I come from here, surely everyone would see them. But most people are too busy looking at their phones or thinking of their next job or their next coffee or, you know, whatever it is that they're doing to look and to listen. I think even if you're not native to England or to the British Isles, you still have just as much ability to see and to interact with the fae folk and the wild folk and nature spirits and land spirits as well. I don't think it's so much about where you are from. I think it's more about having that willingness to sit down and listen and observe. And they're far more likely, in my experience anyway, to interact with people who give them the chance to. Because why would you bother introducing yourself to someone who is so busy they don't even care that you're there? You know, I think it's more about having that willingness to sit down and pay attention, and then they're going to step up and interact with you. Oh, they can. Okay, I need to specify here, okay? When I say I don't want books on Wicca, this isn't me saying that all Wicca books are bad. This isn't me saying that Wicca books are exclusionary. This is me saying that I personally don't want books on Wicca because I already have dozens and dozens of books on Wicca. Dozens. And also, when it comes to books on Wicca, it's important to remember here that the majority of the time, the masculine-feminine thing is not like a divide in the way that it may appear. It's more about aspects of self rather than like biological separation, or however people want to describe it, whatever they want to describe it as. So definitely Wiccan books are not all exclusionary. Many of them are very, very accommodating, and many of them are very forward thinking and progressive thinking as well. It's just, for me, I don't need a book on Wicca, so I'm not going to buy a book on Wicca. You know what I mean? It's not so much that they're exclusionary, it's more just the fact that I just don't need another book on Wicca, because I have a lot. Right, I know I've been on for a while. I will just guide people back to the chat rules on the screen, or the chat guide on the screen. Everything's done chronologically, obviously, as I've been doing so far. And also, if I've already answered the question, I've answered it by another person, I've answered it already in the stream, or I've answered it in a different video, or I simply don't want to answer it, I can skip over questions, or I do skip over questions if I don't have a really good answer. Because sometimes I just don't have an answer to a question because I don't know everything. Would you say that witches are something to do with our pagan past? So what is a modern day witch? A modern day witch is someone who undertakes spellwork, ritual, magical practice to manifest a change in the physical world through a magical result. Now, many witches connect to the pagan past and do follow neo-pagan or what's the word I'm after? Traditions that have been kind of rediscovered again, piecing together bits of traditions that have survived to make a new version of the same tradition. So witches, people who practice magical traditions, have been found throughout time and memoriam in every culture around the world. So witches definitely have a link to the past. The witchcraft we practice today, though, is considerably different than the magical arts that were practiced before, though there are aspects of the magical arts that have continued and adapted throughout history. So what you see today is a modern adaptation of magical traditions that have been adapted throughout time, and really there is no way for anything to be truly original, because ultimately everything has had to adapt to the religions and the belief systems of the time to kind of move forward. So what we have today is almost a reclaimed version of historic traditions. That was a lot of words. I probably didn't need that many words. Are some of your spirits like pranksters or jokesters? The ones around me like to poke fun at me and make me laugh. Yeah, I mean, I have a spirit in the house that likes to do that. She likes to scare me. It makes her laugh. She lives in my bedroom, and she likes to scare the shit out of me for shits and giggles. So yes, some definitely are. They like to scare me and trick me and prank me and all those things. Oh no, it's going to jump. Reconstructivism, that's the word I was after. Thank you. My brain just went, nope, we're not going to remember that one. How do you manage to go all this time without a loo break? I've been loads of times since you've been on. I'm scared I've missed something. I have drunk like half a cup of water since I started. I don't really drink much when I'm on the live streams, and instead I drink like 2 litres of water between now and like 3 a.m. when I go to sleep. That's typically how I do it. Otherwise, once I break that seal, I can't stop going. So I just have to like hold it, deal with it, not drink anything, and then drink afterwards. I forgot, it kind of jumped me down, so I'm going to try and find where I was. I think I was somewhere up here. What's the difference between a spirit and a shade? A shade is a spirit, not all spirits are shades. Simple answer. A shade is a shadow person. They have never been human, they are not human, they never will be humans. They are spirits that exist outside of humanity. They are not dictated by us, they are not created by us, they exist in their own right. And they are seen as shadow figures. And they're often seen under different names. Some people call them shades. They are essentially the basis of Slender Man, but trust me, shades are not half as horrible as Slender Man. Every shade I've ever met has been absolutely lovely. They are cute little sweethearts of the spirit world. Not everyone has the same experiences as I do, but people often associate darkness with bad. But to me, every shade I've ever met has been the cutest little sweetheart. I love shades. They're some of my favourite spirits to have around. Whereas a spirit can be anything. It can be a demon, it can be a fairy, it can be a human spirit. And it can be spirits that have never been human, like demons and spirits. Demons and fairies was what I was going to say and the like. So all shades are spirits, not all spirits are shades. A lot of the negative stuff about witches comes from medieval Europe, probably due to religious tensions and deep paranoia. In a way, yes. Especially in the early modern period, we see the majority of witchcraft, magical arts and magical practice that has been retained, and it's been found in written charms and the like, have Christian aspects to them. The majority of magical practice ultimately was changed within Britain, especially, and actually, for the most part, it was actually relatively accepted. Obviously, like, the people in control of the church and those high religious figures would not have approved of what people were doing, but folk magic actually adapted to Christianity quite well, and it adapted a lot of the language into the tradition of magical practice. It's really, witchcraft kind of came out of paranoia and scapegoating, I think, more than anything, which is really, really sad. Like, all of the witch trials, very few people who were ever actually accused and tried actually practiced anything. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, acting in the wrong way to the wrong people, and that's the most heartbreaking thing about it all. It's the fact that the people who were accused of witchcraft actually didn't do anything wrong at all. Was the ghost head leaning in? Oh, it's he's a shade that lives at the bottom of my stairs. That sounds so cliche, but I see him every day. Oh, my knee. Oh, my leg. Oh. Oh. Could I ask how I should get started in spellwork? I feel like so many spells require so many things. If I remove some ingredients and put more energy in to replace it, would it work the same? Question. Why are you using pre-made spells? Because you don't need to. Promise you don't need to. You can create your own spells with just the energy and the items that you already have. And then you've got a spell that's more suited to what you need, that's created for what you already have, and it's suited for exactly what it is that you want. And then you can adapt it to what you need. I would always recommend writing your own spells. Pre-made spells are fine for inspiration, but ultimately they're kind of just a bit general, they're a bit vague. It's kind of difficult to connect with them unless you adapt them and you change them. So I would recommend you adapt and change spells anyway, because it makes it more powerful. It makes it more associated with what you want, what you need, what you have, what you can do, what you want to do, versus just filling in the blanks, which is what a lot of pre-made spells are. They give you the ingredients, they give you the quantities, they give you the words, and they just tell you to fill in the blanks of like certain bits. Whereas I would always recommend changing and altering spells to make it more suitable to what you want. How would you dispose of used spell jars? Dismantle them, remove the ingredients, cleanse them, dispose of them accordingly. That might be binning them, that might be recycling them, whatever it is that you need to do with the ingredients that you put in. Open it, dismantle it. This then breaks the items apart, removes them from that working, and then dispose of accordingly. Do you see deities and spirits? I see spirits more than deities. I've only seen a deity once in a space with me. With deities, for me, it comes more in dreams and interactions that way, whereas spirits are different for me. I see spirits much more than I see deities. Oh my goodness, that is awful. Neon Moon, that's terrible. I was once told I can't be a witch because I'm on the autism spectrum once. Obviously, I ignored that. Good on you. Good on you. That person is not right for have done that. Not at all. I honestly can't wrap my head around anyone who says things like that. It just makes no sense to me. It's awful. What kind of things do fairies or deities ask for in exchange for their help? Do they actually need anything from humans? That's the thing though. It's not about need. It's about give and take. I mean, some fae don't want to help you at all. So honestly, with fae, it's kind of tricky because they're not the best for requesting help from, because oftentimes they'll go, screw you, no. But with fairies, for offerings, it's often sugary things, cakes, milk, those kind of things. Deities, it's going to depend on the deity. Some deities want very, very specific things. Some deities want actions. Some want words. Some want alcohol. Some want food. So it really depends on the deity that you are working with. Do you think the land itself can produce a spirit entity? Yeah, like land wights. Land wights or genus loci are the spirit of place. They are the energy of the area, the land, the location, the natural environment is the genus loci. I think they might be the same thing, genus loci and land wights. They just go by slightly different names. Would you say that spirits in some areas are more aggressive than other parts of the world? It depends on the type of spirit. So like, if, say for instance, the rainforest has been ripped up, then I would expect the genus loci in that location to be pretty pissed. I mean, I would be pretty pissed if someone came into my house and destroyed it. So in that sense, then yeah, I'd say the spirits in that place would probably be pretty angry. The human spirits in that place might be pretty angry too. The fae might be pretty angry too, but they might not be as well. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think it's I think definitely genus loci can get really angry, and you can feel it if you go into an area that has been heavily destroyed. So if there was once a forest there, if there was once a woodland, and now there's a housing estate, you can feel it. It's this horrible feeling because it's essentially had its entire body just destroyed. So definitely there's something about it that can definitely feel angry. Is it true that the fae actually get offended when called the fae? Some of them do, some don't. Generally speaking though, in the time when people would refer to them as anything other than fairies, so when they would say good neighbours, little people, there was so much interaction with fairies that it wasn't worth taking the risk. Generally though, I found that most fae that I've ever interacted with don't really mind. They're not really that fussed as long as it comes with that level of respect. You know, if it's laughing and joking and mocking, then they're going to be pretty pissed about it. Just like I think I would be pissed if some spirit decided to call me a human in a very mocking, belittling way. I think it's in some cases it's about the wording. In other cases it's about what goes behind it, which is why a lot of people do refer to them as anything else. Literally anything other than fairies. Oh, it's gonna jump. Have you ever worked with jinn? I haven't, because they aren't spirits that reside in my area. So I don't work with them. Can you create entities? I was reading a book on chaos magic and they touched on it a bit. Yes, you can create thought forms. These are energetic creations that you can send out to undertake activities for you, whether that is retrieving information, retrieving energy, working on the spiritual plane on your behalf. So you can create thought forms. These go by lots and lots of different names. Ow, the cushion is now hurting more than the sofa was. These go by lots and lots of different names, but yeah, that's definitely one thing that you can do. Is it okay to DM you to ask questions related to witchcraft? Yes. Yeah, I will answer them as long as they have context. So for instance, if someone just says, hi, I'm not going to respond. Or if someone just sends me an unsolicited photo on Instagram, I'm not going to click on it for obvious reasons. Or if someone just says, can I ask you a question? I will usually not respond, because often the answer to that is something, the answer they give to that is something crude, rude, unnecessary, just disgusting. So if you're going to send me DMs on like Instagram, I will try to answer everyone. Just if you don't just say hi and then wait for me to respond, because I'm not going to respond. If you say, hi, question, like ask the question, I will respond because I know what it is that you're asking. Unfortunately, Instagram is full of a lot of horrible, creepy, disgusting people. So if you're going to send me a DM on Instagram, just write, I'm not going to consider it rude if you don't say hi to me. You know, just stick in the question that you want to ask, because then I at least know what the conversation is going to turn out to be. Whereas on Instagram, if I accept a DM that just says, hi, can I ask a question? It could be something revolting that I just don't want to see. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. If you find out you have a trickster, do you have to get rid of them quickly? I mean, I don't get rid of them at all. I find them highly entertaining. But that's just me. I mean, not everyone is going to find them as entertaining. Yes. Folktale bedtime stories. This is what I long from Hearth. One day. Well, I do have a podcast all about folklore. Some of it's a bit gruesome and it probably doesn't make the best bedtime story, but some of it might. I've gone back to High School Musical again now. I don't even know why. Oh. Thank you so much. Let's see what this is. It didn't pop up for a minute. Is there a way to program a sign into your spell outcome to prove that the spell was successful and not a coincidence? I mean, I'm sure there is. Yes, you could ask for, if it's say a money spell, then you could ask for like a specific number to be involved. If it's a specific spell, you might want to ask for a specific sign to be involved, but then it's always important not to overcompensate a little bit and not overthink about the type of sign that you might get. You can ask for something specific, but then just make sure that every time you see that specific thing, you aren't assuming that it's the outcome. So you can definitely do that. You can also request interaction in dreams. If you do get a lot of signs in dreams, you can ask for confirmation in dreams. The other way of doing it is you can do a reading. If you do a reading and it comes out saying that the spell was successful, then you know that it wasn't a coincidence because it lines up with what it is that you have got on that reading. So that's another way of doing it as well. If you see shadow people during sleep paralysis, are those shades, or is it just sleep paralysis? It's just sleep paralysis. As far as I've found, it's just sleep paralysis anyway, because you're not necessarily more prone to seeing shades during sleep paralysis, because in sleep paralysis your brain is still asleep. Well, sort of, your brain is kind of in that in-between, but your body's still asleep. So technically anything that you were experiencing in your dream before the sleep paralysis will appear real during it. And I hate sleep paralysis. I've had it several times in my life, and everything I see in sleep paralysis is usually what I've been dreaming of beforehand. It just makes it 10 times more terrifying when it's in your room and it's there. But then once you get out of it again, it's gone and you'll never see it again. So I don't think it's the same thing, especially when, say, someone I know is having sleep paralysis and I'm in the same room. Well, I can see shades. It's something I've always been able to do. And if I can't see what they're experiencing, then I know that it's not something that's in the physical plane. It's something it's in their dream that's playing in their waking life. Do you know Thaban? I see a lot of other witches talking about it and it seems cool. I do know Thaban. I don't use it very often because it doesn't have much historical basis at all, really, and also it's just kind of confusing. It kind of confuses me. Oh, it jumped again. Can you use any kind of salt for protection? Pretty much. I tend to stick with rock salt or black salt because I find that those work good for me. But other people might prefer Himalayan salt or sea salt. It really depends on what you're after. What do you think about mermaids? Are they real? I've had experience with mermaid spirits, and that's the difference, is that I don't think they're physical beings, but I've experienced them as spirits. So I've interacted with mermaid spirits. They are not the friendliest things imaginable, which obviously makes sense given, all the stories, but never physically, always spiritually. Can people who don't see spirits learn to see them? How? I've always just been able to do it, and I'm not sure how to help friends who are curious to experience them too. This is a really difficult one. I have found the one thing that helps is awareness. Acknowledge everything that you see that you might pass off as being, oh, it's just my eyes. Oh, it's just my mind playing tricks on me. Oh, I'm just seeing things. If you acknowledge it, it makes it way easier then for you to acknowledge it again, and then again, and then again. And then slowly but surely, you start to notice that these things that you keep passing off as being something else actually are the same thing every time. And other people who are able to sense spirits might be able to see them as well. And that's something that I found quite useful to tell people, is it's acknowledgement. Because a lot of people, especially if you aren't used to the witchcraft community or the witchcraft practice, they often will pass off everything as being, oh, it's just my imagination. Oh, it's just coincidence. Oh, I'm just imagining things. It's just the corner of the eye stuff. But once you start acknowledging it, a lot of people start to realize that it isn't just their imagination playing tricks on them. And sometimes it is something a little bit more. I've always found that acknowledgement in terms of dreams, in terms of spirits, is massively, massively helpful for developing it further. I have a fairy oracle deck that my mum gave to me. My readings with it are quite accurate, but I'm hesitant to use it as I don't intend to work with the fae. How much or know much about them? What would you suggest? So this one is interesting. I don't think you need to be too worried, I'll be honest, because it's how do I best describe it in a way of doing it? They're pictures. Do you know what I mean? They're pictures, not spirits. So, and usually the pictures that are documented in fairy oracle cards are not accurate to fairies in the slightest. So you aren't even really using their likeness. You're just using, it's a bit like watching Peter Pan and liking Tinkerbell doesn't make fairies pay attention to you, because Tinkerbell's not real and her depiction isn't accurate. That's kind of a similar vein. I think it's one thing if you're using the cards and you're calling on fairies to help you with a reading, but imagery in a card, they're usually not accurate anyway. So if you don't feel comfortable with it, then you might need to find another deck. But generally speaking, I wouldn't necessarily say that you need to, because you're not directly working with them. Do you know what I mean? You're not requesting that they're there. And really, if you have protections up, they're not going to be able to enter that space anyway. But the problem is if you acknowledge that you don't want to work with them out loud, you're then getting their attention. So honestly, I just wouldn't acknowledge them at all. Just continue using the cards, because it's a bit like how children who have pictures of fairies on their walls aren't attracting fairies because they're not accurate depictions. They're just pictures. I think the same kind of applies here, and I think if you were to acknowledge it, then you are attracting their attention. It's much better to just keep reading the cards as you are and just moving on with it. Is the Bible used for spells? I mean, it can be. Lots of people use Psalms within their spellwork and ritual. I don't, but lots of people do. Do you work with the Witch Father and the Witch Mother, or do you prefer other entities? No, I work with spirits, and any deities that I work with are Ceridwen, Brigid, or Keranos. I don't work with anything or anyone other than those. Is there any way for me to make my brother-in-law see that his teasing me about witchcraft is getting on my last nerves? He thinks that witches fly, ride brooms. I'm not descripting of... Wait, what? And ride brooms. Talk to him. Honestly, there's nothing else you can do. Talk to them. If they don't listen, fuck them. Not like that. Screw them. No, not like that. You know... You know what I mean? Like, if they don't want to listen and they're not willing to change, then just ignore them. Giving energy to someone who behaves like that isn't worth your time. So, like, tell them that you don't like it. Tell them that it makes you uncomfortable. If they don't stop, then just stop giving them attention. And then they just get bored. Because most people like that, they get bored if you don't give them attention. And it's the sad reality of the world. It just isn't worth putting the time and effort into someone who just wants a rise out of you. And I've learned it the hard way. It's not worth it. So if they don't listen when you tell them, just ignore it entirely. Just don't even acknowledge that they said anything about it and just move on, because it's just not worth your time and effort. I'm trying to figure out where I was again. Here we go. I'm still trying to figure out where I was. Where was I? I don't know where I was. I think I was here. This is the Witch Father and Witch Mother question. I think I was here. I get lost so quickly. Yeah, I was here. Yeah. Do you have any book recommendations for defensive or baneful magic? So, defensive magic are protection spells by, what's his name? Protection and Reversal Magic by Jason Miller is a fantastic book. Bearing in mind it is a little bit more ceremonial in nature, which isn't going to be for everyone, but Protection and Reversal Magic by Jason Miller is really, really good. Baneful Magic, I mean, if you're wanting something that's for defense and protection, then Baneful Magic isn't really what I would recommend going to, because that's neither defensive nor protective, and usually it backfires on anyway if you're not doing it on an appropriate target. But what is it called? It's a book written by I think her name's Dorothy, what's it called? Something and Unsavory Things. If anyone can tell me what that book is called. I know what the picture is. Something and Unsavory Things. Do you have an inner monologue, like you have your own voice in your head and think in words? I'm really curious about witches who do or don't and how it affects their practice. I think in words, I think in pictures, I think in 3D images. I think it's because I'm dyslexic. Everything is kind of 3D. It's like a 3D model with words spilling over it like commentary. It's the best way I can describe it. It's weird to me that people only think in words. It's weird to me that there's some people that don't have an internal monologue. Like, that's weird to me. Like, my brain doesn't stop talking. It just talks all the time. And sometimes there's like 4 different me's talking at once, just having an argument. Utterly Wicked by Dorothy Morrison. That's the one that's good for baneful magic. Though, if you're wanting defensive spells, baneful magic is probably not the way to go. Stick with defensive protection workings. It's just way easier to deal with. In one of your videos, you said that you don't want to be someone's only source of information in their practice. Do you have any recommendations for beginner practitioners to watch? I don't watch any YouTube witchcraft, anything. I don't watch a single person. So I can't really give you any information in regards to people to watch because I don't really know of any other people in the witchcraft YouTube community that I don't watch any content at all. When I say that, I mean, like, don't just use YouTube, use books. Don't just use me, use other people. Don't just use, one source. Not necessarily just, like, one person, but also one platform. Like, make sure you're bouncing around using as much as you can. Right, it has been 4 hours, 15 minutes, so soon, probably in about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to go because I'm hungry and thirsty. But I will answer a few more before I do go. And my friends and I tour or spend the night at many places with dark pasts, such as asylums or prisons. Any suggestions on how to stop something from coming back home with us? It did happen in the past. Okay, general pieces of advice. Now, this is going to be for many different types of spirits. Just because you never know what's going to be there. So, have personal protections. That way nothing can attach itself onto you that you can then take home. Personal protections. Brill. Have some form of cleansing method that you can use at home, whether that is a cleansing bath, whether that is using water or salt. Make sure that you have something so that when you enter your home, you are able to slug off all of that energy if anything is attached to you, and that way it won't be dragged through the rest of your house and it won't stay there. Have house protections to stop anything from coming in with you and making sure that you've cleansed everything off before you go in. Never take the same route back. Always take a weird, convoluted route. This is something I learned a long time ago. Never, even if you just go into a cemetery, never take the same route back. Always take a long-winded, weird way. It helps. I'm not sure why, but it does. And turn an item of your clothing inside out. Trust me. Just do it. Turn an item. It doesn't have to be all your clothing. Just like turn a jacket inside out or turn a shirt inside out. It's a long-held tradition that Fae cannot or do not like interacting with people who have their clothes inside out. It breaks Fae enchantments to turn a piece of clothing inside out. So you never know what you're going to deal with. It could be human, it could be not human. But if you make sure you take a convoluted home, turn something inside out, cleanse, protect, you should be good. People complaining about not having the question answered. Please see chat rules on the screen. They're right there, 24/7 in the live stream. If I've already answered a question, I'm not going to answer it again because some people are here for 4+ hours and it gets boring for them to hear the same question repeated 12, 15 times. So if I've answered a question already in the chat, in the stream, or I have a video on it, or I simply am not knowledgeable on a subject, or it's beyond what I know, I might not answer that question because I don't know enough on it to give you an actual answer. And also it does just kind of become annoying for people in the chat when people keep repeating the same question or keep complaining about not having their message asked. I get hundreds of questions. It gets to be a lot. Right, where was I? Is it true that plants can pick up the fallout from my witchcraft, or that I have been drawing energy from them and that's caused them to suffer? So there's a few different reasons for this. One, plants are often picky. House plants are some of the pickiest things imaginable. You put a plant outside, it will survive through anything. You put a plant inside and you forget to water it for 5 minutes and it will instantly die. So there's that. They're picky in that sense. Some people believe that plants are able to absorb negative energies or may see negative effects from entities around us that are malicious in nature. So you may find that if you haven't noticed there's a spirit or an energy in your space that's negatively impacting you, your plants might suffer because of it, and your plants will wilt and die. And a lot of people use plants as almost a warning system that something is happening. Or it could be that you're not watering your plants enough, or you're watering them too much, or you're using the wrong kind of water. Houseplants are unbelievably picky. Other people do draw on plant energy in their workings, and in which case, if you take too much of the plant energy, it might suffer. So there's a few different options there, depending on belief. So it really all depends on your belief system in that. You mentioned earlier that you don't talk about some topics because you think people will just do something incorrectly. I don't think you should feel like you're responsible for this. But that's the thing, you can't tell me what to feel. People online are horrible pieces of shit. Not everyone, obviously, but some people really can be. And the thing is it's all well and good having someone who doesn't experience it say, just do whatever's fun, don't care about the consequences, whatever, yada yada. But the problem is that when you get messages from people verbally abusing you because they fucked up, it becomes a problem for me. You know what I mean? So it's not that I wouldn't like to post whatever I want, but the reality is I still have to deal with it when I have asshats hiding behind usernames verbally abusing people because of the things they did wrong. So I would rather just not, And sometimes it can seem frustrating, and I know it can seem frustrating to people who maybe don't experience it, but the internet truly is a lawless place. And it's not particularly nice to be a part of it when you do have people who are doing things wrong and then being mean to me about it. It isn't my fault that people would do the things that I talk about incorrectly and do something wrong. But then when it does become my problem, when they blame me for their actions, then it's on me. Do you know what I mean? So it's a fine line that we have to walk if you're a content creator in any form, whether that's a book, whether that's a video. There's a very fine line, and we have to make sure that we're not overstepping one way or the other. And so there's some things that I would love to talk about, but I know from experience that so many people will make it everyone else's problem when they do it wrong. And I don't want to deal with that, and I don't think other people really want to deal with it either. I mean, I get some awful comments aimed at other people as well, which is the worst thing. And yeah, it's a difficult one. People can do anything wrong, even the simplest things. Exactly. They definitely can, 100%. But it's just when there's something that I know is more hazardous, considerably more likely to go wrong, I tend to just avoid it on my main platforms, because I don't want to get the shit for it. I don't want to get the DMs of people complaining at me because they did something wrong. I mean, we all see it, don't we? We see the reviews on Amazon and platforms of people who've done something really wrong and then blamed the company for their own action. That's kind of what it's like on YouTube, and it's not fun sometimes. Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you so much. That is an amazing name, by the way. That spelling is amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you made a video on witchcraft books not dependent on religions, could you direct me to that video? I have a video on beginner witchcraft books that are non-Wicca based. That's on the channel already. I am planning on doing a few more, but at the minute I just haven't had the time. Right. Can you reuse offerings if they're just items? You can, yes. I would recommend that you thank the spirits, the deities, the entities, whatever it is that you're working with, and you say that you're going to take the item. Now, you may want to replenish the altar with something new, or the offering space with something new. But then you can cleanse the item, charge it again, use it for whatever else that you need. Just make sure you do it respectfully. That's the main thing. Like, just don't snatch something off their offering table and just use it for yourself. Respect is always really key with this. What do you think of a taken name for magical purposes? Oh, this is a good one. I think they are good. In many instances, they aren't a requirement though. I get a lot of DMs from beginners asking me how they know what their taken name is, and I think a lot of them don't really realise what a taken name is. A taken name is a name that you take, you choose it. Now, of course, there's two different options for this. Sometimes a taken name is given to you by a coven. This is often done because if you've got two Susans in a coven, you give them two different names. And that way you know who you're talking to, so that if say, hey Susan, can you pass me the mead? You know the Susan that you're interacting with, because instead of calling them Susan, you call them Firewolf or whatever the name ends up being. It just allows people, even if they've got the same name, to be in that coven space and have their own individuality. It's much easier to do it that way. Generally though, taken names are so useful for creating a divide between mundane and magical. When you enter that coven environment, you go from being Susan to being Firewolf, whatever the name ends up being. And then it's almost stepping into across a boundary into the magical life to put you in the right headspace for that working. And a lot of people choose to do this as a solitary practitioner as well. They will choose to take a name that they will then use within their spellwork and rituals as a way of separating themselves from the mundane world. Now, it definitely isn't a requirement. I had a taken name for a long time, and then I just kind of stopped using it. I mean, I suppose now, technically, HearthWitch is my chosen taken name, because it's just ended up being what I end up using everywhere on platforms that are related to witchcraft. So it's interesting. Some people put too much stock in it, I think. Some, especially beginners, I find that they take a lot of time thinking about a taken name before they even realise if they want one or if they need one. I definitely don't think it's something that needs to be fretted over, but it's something that's good to have, especially if you want to work in a coven environment. It takes the mundane out of it. Is there a place on Discord for YouTube mods for communication, helping each other during streams and stuff? There isn't, but that's a genius idea. I need to do that. I will probably tomorrow do what I can to set that up. I'm not the most technologically savvy, but I will ask I will ask in my Discord if someone can do that, because that is genius. How are you able to find groups that practice? So, a few different options here. You have obviously online groups that you can work with, but in-person groups is mostly what people ask about. And so you'll often find local groups that will do it. So if you go to MBS shows like Mind, Body and Spirit, Mind, Body and Soul shows, if you go to pagan events, so for instance, pagan camps, I know in England you have Artemis Gathering, You have a few others around the country as well. There's Witchfest. You can meet other like-minded people where you might be able to find covens that are looking for members or groups that are looking for members. If you go to local occult shops in a particular area, you may find that covens advertise for members within occult shops on like a bulletin board, or you can ask the person behind the counter if they know of any local groups that are willing to accept new members. That one's a really good way of doing it. Any kind of community centre, if it's in quite an open-minded place, may well have postings for pagan groups and meetings. There's things known as pagan moots. These are events usually in a pub with a gathering of local pagans coming together. So that's another option as well. If you're in university or college, I think Americans call it, you may well find societies or groups that are pagan or witchcraft related. So you can join a group of people of a similar age group in a similar environment who are all interested in witchcraft. So there's a lot of options out there if you're lucky enough to have something close to home. But a lot of covens will have a very rigorous initiatory process, and so if you think you're joining a really nice coven and the initiatory process is turning up one day and agreeing to it, that's a massive red flag. Usually coven initiation isn't really the right word, but coven building takes years. You might be not a full member of a coven for a year plus because they want to make sure that your energy, your practice, your tradition, your style is going to fit with the group. So just make sure of that so that you aren't jumping into something that's not safe. What do you think about using egg shells as an offering for a deity outside, placing in the shape of a plate? Holy shit. Sorry. Language. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Mystical Celtic Heart. That is a beautiful name with a beautiful profile picture. Thank you so much. I actually don't even know what to say to that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. These kind of things, they it's not why I do YouTube, but it obviously helps to keep doing what I like doing, so thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna answer this question now before I start weeping like a baby. Okay. What do you think about using eggshells as an offering for a deity outside, placed in the shape of a plate, rather than using an actual plate that would have to be picked up later? I mean, I guess it could work. I have never done it. I don't really like eggs, they kind of creep me out. But maybe it could work. It's worth giving it a go and seeing. Oh, this is a terrible time to end the stream now, isn't it? Oh my goodness. I'm actually gonna cry. I don't want to cry on stream. I'm not gonna cry. I might cry. I wouldn't put it past me. Okay. I'm gonna try and find another question so I don't cry. And I can't finish just after that. It wouldn't be right. I'm trying to find a question really bad because I'm trying really hard not to cry. Someone made a comment earlier about the fact that I haven't sung the Winnie the Pooh theme song yet, and I just hummed it for the first time today. 4.5 hours, that's how long it took me to get that one out. Do you have a stang? I don't have a stang, but I have a stave. I am looking for a stang, but I haven't found the perfect one yet. And in the end, I think I might end up actually making one. I might try and find a stick that's not rotten that I can use. Because I really, really want one, but I want a specific one. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want it to be right. I don't just want to get one because it's one I can find. So I am very excited about when I finally find one that works, or make one. My wee dog Athena, oh my god, loves your humming. Oh, that makes my day. Like, oh, that's so cute. I got sent, I'm so sad. I think they deleted the message, but I got sent I got sent a video on Instagram of someone's cat, like, trying to pet me whilst I was on, like, a laptop, and it was the cutest thing. I just sat and I replayed this video, like, dozens of times. And then I woke up in the morning and they deleted the message, and I was so sad. Can you incorporate art into deity work? If so, how would you go about doing so? I suppose you could, yeah. I mean, drawing what they like, what they represent, drawing stories or snapshots of their mythology could be quite good. Drawing representations of them, I suppose, could be quite good. I don't really know because I don't really do it, but I'm sure there definitely are people who do incorporate it into their deity work. Have you read Anne Mora's Green Witchcraft series? I can't... Why? I put a bottle right in front of the book I was after. Yes. I've read the first one, not the second two. Because it is very heavily Wicca based and I just didn't get into it. That was a really early book that I got. And I just didn't get into it particularly much. So yeah, and I hope you didn't see too much of my lime green trousers that I can't button up while I sit down because they're made of 100% cotton and cotton does not stretch. It's the downside of sitting here. I can't button them because there's no stretch in the jeans. But when I stand up, I can button them. It's so annoying. Anyway. What is a stang? A stang is a pronged staff. You know, like a wizard's staff, but it has 2 points out of the top, like a Y. That's a stang. In most cases, that's a stang anyway. Any videos we should get excited about in the near future? I have a lot that I'm really excited about. How long it'll take me to get around to doing it, I don't know. I want to do a ceremonial circle casting video once my workshop is finished and I have enough space to do it. I am doing my quarterly book breakdown at the end of January of the books that I like and recommend and that I'm reading from October through to January. I am planning on doing a tasseomancy video, how to for tea leaf reading. I am planning on doing a spell video on a sea witchcraft spell that I've been doing for a long time. I have a lot of things planned that I'm really excited about. It's just I have to finish the workshop in order to do it. Okay. And with that being said, I think it's time for me to go. I've been on for 4.5 hours. And I think I need to go. I need to drink something. I need to eat something, probably. Eat some tiramisu. I have tiramisu in the fridge and I'm gonna go and eat some. And watch ghost hunting shows because I'm obsessed with Most Haunted again and I'm gonna keep watching that. So thank you so much for being here. If any of you have any further questions, feel free to send them to me on Instagram. Please, though, just make sure that you just post the question. Like, don't just say, like, hi, can I ask a question? Just post the question, because I get so many DMs, and most of them are just hi, and I can never get around to them. So if you have a question and you want me to answer it, try Instagram, send me a DM, just slap the question in there. You don't need any formalities, just slap the question in there, and I'll do what I can to get around to it, because I have a lot to get around to. Thank you so much, Kai. Is it Kai? Kai? Oh my goodness. I don't know. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the mods, because you make these live streams possible, and I'll do what I can to get a Discord section set up for you so that that can work like that. Yes. So yeah, if you have a question, feel free to send it to me on Instagram. Just slap it on an Instagram message. You don't need any formalities. I'm fine with it. And I will see you next month for another live stream. The Wednesday after the 15th of the month, which will be, let me see, the 16th, probably, the 16th of February. And I'll see you next week for a video that I don't think I filmed yet, so I don't know what it is. We will have to see. It is one giant mystery. Right. The hyperactivity of earlier has never gone away, so I'm going to go and chill. I will see you in next week's video. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here and spending a wonderful Wednesday evening with me. Okay, I'm going to go before I keep talking, and I will see you soon.